Hi there, everyone. This is Dr. Ritamarie, and I am so excited to be here with you to spend a couple of days just really exploring your health and how to be healthy. So we're just going to hang out here for a few minutes and chit-chat a little bit while I let people come in. And what I'd love you to do, okay, we have 96 already. Boom, I opened it and already there's almost 100 of you in. So there's 1,500 of you signed up for this. So I'm very excited that this was just such a popular offer. And I'll just have you, when you get in, there's a chat. So click on the chat and go ahead and put your name and then where you're from and what's one thing, like if I could give you one thing from this weekend, what's the one thing that you want to walk away with knowing, feeling, being empowered to do? Whatever that one thing is, like your big why. What is it? Why are you here? It's a beautiful Saturday in July. And there's a lot of things you could be doing, a lot of things that you could be doing. And you decided that you were so dedicated to your health and to making your health a priority that you carved out time to be here with me today. And I'm honored and I'm pleased and I'm thrilled because here's the thing. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything, right? So go ahead and put that in there and I'm going to start to read and see who's coming in. So let me switch over to chat. And Nicola says hi. Ursula from Seattle says hi. Taran from Minnesota says support thyroid health and relieve menopause symptoms. Barbara from Minnesota. Mary from Canada. Doreen from Memphis. And I want you to know that we have an agenda planned for the weekend. And today's agenda is pretty well set, but we can vary things and add things and subtract things in for tomorrow. So I'm leaving it flexible based on what you guys really need. I've got a big sense of what you guys need because a lot of you filled out the application for coaching. If you haven't filled that out yet, I'm sorry, but we've closed it and the contest is on. So we'll be doing one coaching session today and then 2 tomorrow. So let's see who else is here. Nancy from North Carolina. Joni from Costa Rica, beautiful. Jay, Lisa from Zurich, wow, holy cow, it's late there, huh? Simone from Maryland, yay, she says thanks for all the presenters. Fayer from UK, Fiona from England, Jane from New Jersey, and she's one of our speakers, yay. Susan from Atlanta, want to be healthy into retirement, good goal. Yeah, and so post what your goals are too, because I'd love to hear those. Joni from Canada, adrenals. Nancy from North Carolina. Susan from Green Bay, Wisconsin, looking for nuggets and benefits to share with my clients. Hi, Jane and Rita Marie. Hi, Susie. Let's see. I missed one. Stacy from Kansas City. Linda wants to lose more weight. Jen, is there a schedule for the presentations? There's a loose schedule, and we'll get into that once we start. John from the UK. Yay, hi. Let's see. Linda, okay, there, I got that one. Mary, support high, hypothyroid, limited info. Roberta. Okay, we're going to put your hand down there. Tired of being bloated. Okay, we're going to have some stuff to talk about with bloating tomorrow. Hypothyroid, let's see. Annette from Austin. Hi, Annette. Celeste, a big thing to weed through my health issues. One of the things to wade through all of my health issues. I don't know that we can wade through all of your health issues here in one short afternoon, but we'll give some of those a try because some of them are on our agenda. Louise from Panama. So be specific when you have one thing that you want to get out of it. If you got one thing, what would that be? Roberta, lose weight, have alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, and need to have better lung function. Carrie from Covina, Anja from Michigan, Lila, always looking to learn more. Mark from La Jolla, just love hearing everything Dr. RM has to say. Karen in Colorado, thank you. Like to regain my vitality and lose the fatigue. Yes, so these are your goals for what you want to accomplish. So if you could walk away with one thing from this weekend, let me know. Rich, improved thyroid and want my thermostat working again. Judy, Carrie, I used to be from Covina. Oh, she's from Covina. I used to be. Elizabeth from Cape Town. Faith, Alberta, Canada. Simone, learn and apply for myself and those I share with to create more optimal health. John, diabetes and weight loss in order to keep blood sugar levels down. Carol, is this, hi, Carol, this will lose the rest of my 20 pounds. Great. Inga from Belgium, find a breakthrough in my constant unexplained tiredness. Joan from Raleigh, looking for new nuggets to improve health, including autoimmune and thyroid. Terry, bloating. Michelle, alopecia, hirsutism. So that's an interesting one. That's not a usual one, but great. We got some things that we'll talk about, I think, this afternoon for that. Pearl from Appleton, Gail from Florida, Leanne. Karen, learn more from my health coaching practice. Thanks, Dr. RM. Eva from Venezuela. Nice. We have a lot of international. Joan, improved body temperature. Evie from Arizona. Love the hot, get rid of the hot flashes. Yeah, Nikki, Cindy. Okay, Rosie. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Guys, keep pulling it in there, and we'll go back to the chat periodically throughout. We have a big day planned. So let me officially welcome everyone. I appreciate you being here. I really, really do, because I know we had this idea. We had this idea of doing this because, first of all, I love doing live events, and we do one once a year in the spring and then another time in the fall for our practitioners. And I absolutely love them. But let me tell you, it's a tremendous amount of work, and it's a huge expense for me and my team to do. And so we were trying to figure out, how can we get people together in that environment where you're dedicating your time to your health. And that's what happens when we do these short webinars. It's like, an hour here, an hour and a half there, taken out of your busy day. So we wanted to figure out a way that we could help you to do this. Now, going forward in the future, these are probably going to be events that are, more structured and have a fee associated with them, just like the live events, because there is a huge cost even to doing an online live event. But we wanted to do this first one just absolutely for free to see how it went over, what the structure should be. So know that this is the first time we've ever done a multi-day live event like this, 2 days in a row for 4 hours. Who knows if it goes even longer than that. We have a lot planned. Sometimes I have more planned than the time allows, but we will have time. I want to make sure we have time for Q&A, because I know that that's where you guys want to get some of your questions answered. And some of my answers to your questions may not be specifically answers like do this, because I don't know enough about you to tell you. And health is personalized. Health is very personalized. It's not that there are protocols for handling a hypothyroid situation or a leaky gut situation. It means that there are guidelines for those things. And we have to pick and choose, and a really skilled practitioner can sit with you and see what that is. Now, I know that not everybody has access to a functional medicine, holistic nutrition, functional nutrition coach, as we call our coaches. So I want to be able to empower you to be your own doctor as much as possible, to know what to ask and to know when to ask it, and to know what kind of practices to put in place to actually really, really help yourself. So my goal is for you to be empowered as much as possible. For some of you, that's really exciting. That's your passion. And some of you will go on to, or have already gone on to, from your own health challenges, becoming practitioners. And for some of you, it's like, okay, I got the big picture. I know what I should be asking, what kind of testing, but I need help with this. And so we appreciate that there's something for everybody. It is complicated. Your health is complicated. It's not like the commercials on TV make it out to be. Oh, I'm depressed. I'm anxious. I have fecal incontinence. I have Viagra deficiency, whatever. And here's the drug. Here's the solution. And we've been duped, quite frankly, into believing that that's what healthcare is about. I've had people come to see me knowing that I do functional medicine, functional nutrition, and that it's about diet and lifestyle, yet they still want that magic herb or supplement to cure them. And we're going to see, going through this weekend, all the factors that are involved, not just nutrition, not just exercise, not just stress management, but there's a factor. And I'm going to share with you my 7 pillars of health and how you need to be working and focusing on all of them to get your health back. And in this 2 days together, I hope to give you a few nuggets from each of those pillars, just a few things that you could get started with, or even one thing that you could get started with right away. But it goes beyond that, and we are addressing that as well. A lot of times you're not getting the results, even though you seem to be doing all the right things, because there's something blocking you. There's a deep emotional wound, perhaps, that came from childhood. And that's like the latest research is sharing all the impacts that those adverse childhood experiences have on you and your health in later life. And you don't even know that it's affecting you. And there are techniques to help you with that. So we're going to touch on all of these things just to give you a glimpse of if you're not getting better, in spite of the fact that you're doing a lot, if your weight's plateaued, we're going to talk a lot about plateaus, then what is it that you can do that's outside the box? That's outside of what you're already doing, because it may not be just the right next supplement or a specific food you have to avoid, even though you're down to eating only 10 foods. You want to get yourself down to 9 or 8. No, there's so much more. So that's what we're here for. And again, I'm really, really excited to be here with you and to see so many of you. We have over 1,500 people that have signed up for this. And there's over 200 of you on right now, and I'm sure you're going to be in and out throughout the rest of the day. So I really look forward to doing this. So I've got a mixture of slides and me talking to you, and then me with my guests sharing. So I'm going to jump in from now. I'm going to jump into my slide presentation because I have a few things that I want you to actually visually see. And I want to make sure that we do our medical disclaimer right at the beginning, and that's on a slide. So I am going to go to my slides. See a slide with a girl jumping up with lots of energy. Optimize your health. Harmonize your hormones, and bust through plateaus. And those are critical pieces, right? Optimizing your health is what we all want and need. When we go to the doctor, we're not going there because we want yet another pill or prescription. We're going there because we want help. And you've devoted time out of your busy schedule this weekend when you could be out playing, you could be at the beach, you could be on a picnic, but you've chosen to come here because something appealed to you about that. And it could be that you're frustrated because you're not getting answers concerning your health issues, that you're going to the doctor and you have your 5-minute appointment or 10-minute or 15, and they're not really listening. They're just prescribing something else. And you're frustrated with it, and you know there's more. You've been very educated. Maybe you've come to a lot of online summits. I speak on a lot of them. A lot of you, I know from the forms that you filled out and applications for the coaching, how much you've studied, and yet you're still not getting the results. For a lot of you, it's the weight, that last 20 pounds or that first 100 pounds, whatever it is getting your weight in order. For many others, it's fatigue. And a lot of you sophisticated enough to say my adrenals are fatigued. Others have said hair loss was an issue. Somebody typed that into the chat just today. Hair loss, and she mentioned hirsutism, which is masculine type qualities. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a bit later this afternoon. Bone loss, that's a big one. And we're going to have a presenter talking to us about bone loss and about the diet and the lifestyle that you can put into place in order to help preserve your bones. We're going to talk about thyroid issues because a lot of people mentioned thyroidisms, autoimmune disease, Hashimoto's, Sjogren's, Crohn's, lupus. There's so many, rheumatoid arthritis. There's so many of them. And guess what? They all pretty much have the same underlying causes. So if you have multiple autoimmune disease and you're tracking down, how do I deal with this one and this one and this one? Relax, because some of the processes that you can put in place will help you rebalance, because that's what it's all about. Take away the stressors and help you with autoimmune. We'll talk about insulin and diabetes. Many people mentioned insulin resistance, diabetes, or risk of diabetes, family history of diabetes, memory loss, focus, brain fog. How many times do you need to go into a room and leave without what you went in there for, and go back and then leave without what you went in there for, because your memory, your focus isn't so sharp anymore? Anxiety was another one that came through a lot in those forms. Anxiety is a big issue these days. And we live in a world that is it actually designed to make you anxious. You know, the news, the Facebook posts, all the things that are going on in the world that get like you get bombarded with them, and it creates anxiety. And there's other nutritional things that can lead to it as well as toxicity. Irritable bowel, I saw that quite a bit come up. Maybe you have irritable bowel. Maybe you have gallbladder issues, or this comes up a lot. You don't have a gallbladder anymore because you went to the hospital a couple of years ago or longer with some really severe abdominal pain, and they said it's your gallbladder and they took it out. But what did they do? Did they tell you how differently you need to live and what are the things you can do to optimize your health in spite of having no gallbladder? No, you don't need it. Just take it out. You do need it, honey. You do. Sorry, I'm really opposed to these unnecessary surgeries that happen. And sleep, which is a big issue for a lot of folks. And sleep, the issue with sleep is that sleep deficiency can be leading to so many other problems. So it's like this vicious cycle. So what other things? We talked about that you're trying to get help. And here's the thing. In the years gone by, when I first got my health issues came to surface and started interfering with my life, there wasn't information like there is today. So in order for me to get information about what to do for myself, I had to go to the library and go to the bookstores. And it wasn't an abundance of books to read. I had to read a lot and learn a lot. And what I found, somebody just came in to, excuse me a second. Nicola, don't go into Zoom as me, please. You just knocked me out. Okay, thank you. Hang one second, guys. I'm going to fix this. Okay, this is me. I'm the host. Okay. All right. Better. Okay, fixed. All right. Sorry about that. So a couple of other things that I just wanted to hit on that I hear a lot in terms of why people come to these webinars. There's confusion, and you just keep going to yet another summit, yet another program, yet another this or that, read another book, and you keep getting confused because there's some conflicting information, but you don't know how to apply it to you. So I'm going to share some things today to help you be able to get some information that you can apply to you. And finally, not getting support is a biggie, right? If you're not getting support in your life, if you're changing your diet and lifestyle, but your family members are not supportive, your doctor's not supportive, your friends are not supportive, you're not going to get the support that you need. So I would like to just go on and just move a little bit forward and make sure that we all get really clear that, whoops, let me move something out of the way. There, whoops. There's a little thing in the way. All right. So I want to make sure that everything that you know, that everything I'm sharing today, it's not intended to replace your doctor or a qualified healthcare professional. It's not medical advice either. It's education. But my goal is to educate you as to how your body works and how you can take charge of it and the steps that you can take and the things that you can ask for from your medical practitioners. But it's definitely not medical advice, and I'm definitely not diagnosing or treating in any way. So if you ask me specific questions about what should I do about my specific condition, I'm going to give you some answers in terms of what you can look at and what you can consider to balance your body. Educate you about how to bring balance to your body, because it's when you bring that balance to your body that the symptoms and the disease starts to dissipate. But if you're under the care of a doctor, if you're on any medication, just make sure that you're in consultation, in conversation with your doctor before you make major changes. And that really applies if you're on medication, especially because the kinds of things that we're going to talk about over this 2 days together are going to impact the biochemistry of your body. It's going to shift the biochemistry of your body. And what a lot of people find is that within a short while, after getting and doing some of these things, changing these things in your diet, using some supplements, herbs, things like that, that the need for the medication goes down. And that is especially true in the situation where you're on high blood pressure medication and high blood sugar and blood sugar pharmaceuticals. And that would be if you're on for diabetes or insulin resistance or PCOS or things like that. So just make sure that this is all about empowering you. So when we look at the typical Western model of medicine, it's ask you what symptoms you have, put you in a box and give you a diagnosis, because that's what it is. We're going to put you in a box with all the other people that have somewhat similar symptoms, and then give you something to suppress the symptoms. And the way I look at it is that suppressing symptoms, for example, taking Tylenol for a headache without looking at what's the root cause, taking Maalox for your constipation and indigestion, taking Prilosec for your stomach burning or your reflux, taking those medications are not solving your problem. It's like taking the battery out of the smoke detector when it wakes you up in the middle of the night because you just want to go back to sleep. That's not the way you want to approach your health, because what happens when you do it that way is long-term, you get a lot of problems. You end up in wards like this because the symptoms don't really go away. They just go underground. The damage keeps on, and there's damage that's just ripping its way through your house until your house burns down. You don't want to wait until you have a diagnosis of cancer or have had a heart attack. Absolutely don't want to do that. Okay, that's really, really critical to know. And some of you have already had cancer. I've read that in some of the forms that were submitted, and I know there's probably many more out there. Some of you already have autoimmune diseases. So you've already done the suppress the symptoms, put them underground, and allowed the house to start to burn. You don't want to hit the point of no return with this, guys. So it's really important that you take charge now. We're going to talk about what some of those things are that keep you from actually doing that and help you with that as well, because that's huge, huge, huge. And, obviously I can't teach you everything that I know or everything that you need to know in these 2 days together, but we're going to touch on things and allow you to have access to things that will let you go deeper, because really true healthcare involves the art of getting to the root cause, not suppressing the symptom, not removing the gland or organ that's damaged or that's not performing properly. Right? You don't want to remove the thing that's not performing well. You want to create an environment where it can perform well. A lot of people say, our healthcare system, they want to do healthcare system reform. I don't even think we have a healthcare system. I call it a disease management system. And my goal is to be the impetus behind the group of us, the large growing numbers of us who want to have a true healthcare system where people are taught how to actually take care of their bodies from early on. My goal would be that we don't even need a healthcare system. We only need a trauma care system. That's all we need. That would be my goal in a beautiful world, because babies are born with moms who know how to take care of them. And unless there's some sort of, major genetic defect with organs missing or something like that, or trauma, those kids are not going to get sick. So they don't need the well baby visits. They don't need the trips to the pediatrician. They don't need the Tylenol and the over-the-counter NSAIDs of all different kinds. They don't need that stuff. They're not injected with immunizations because they don't need it. Their own immune system is going to take care of them. That's my world of the future. Will that happen in my generation? No, I don't think so. But I want to be part of that. And that's why I train practitioners. And you're going to meet some of them today. You're going to meet 8 people who are in my nutritional endocrinology practitioner training, who have the same philosophy as I do, who we are training. We're going through very rigorous, intense training on how to rebalance the body in all different manners, not just from a nutrition standpoint. And the art of getting to the root cause, it takes some practice, it takes some doing, it takes education. But that's what I want for you, is to live in a world like that. And so the world isn't like that. So you need to be able to get the information for yourself and really just know how to take care of yourself. And yes, there's going to be things that are going on in your body right now that you need to work on reversing. And just eliminating the underlying cause may not. You may need some symptomatic control. Absolutely. But this is what I want for you. What is the root cause of all this? I believe one of the root causes is the crap that people eat from the time they're born. From the time they're born. I mean, babies don't eat food, but by 6 to 8 months, moms are feeding them teething biscuits. And they're feeding them pablum formula and those little jars of baby food that have all kinds of other crap in them. People are eating junk from this time they get into this world. And this food does not have the nutrients that your body needs to be healthy. And it's addictive. So once you start on donuts and pizza and bread and chips and all that, it's really hard to let go of because they create a physiologic addiction as well as an emotional addiction. So this is a big piece of it, is the depleted food supply, plus the environment where we spray everything with pesticides. So all the various chemicals and toxins and things that stress your body in the food. But you guys know this. But the attempt of the government to fix that was to create this pyramid back in the 90s. And they had actually, this is a cool story, they had actually hired a nutritionist, her name was Louise Light, to help them create this food plan to replace the 4 food groups, which wasn't really doing it. And she came up with a really good food plan and presented it. And all the food lobbyists were on the committee that voted it down. They paid lots of money to vote it down because it didn't stress bread and chips and all that sort of stuff. It stressed fresh whole foods. And it didn't make it. And this is what did, right? Bread, 8 servings at the bottom, breads and pastas and all that sort of stuff. And there's no distinction made that it has to be whole. Even whole grain bread, 8 servings a day, displaces fruits and vegetables. So this food pyramid was a disaster. And Louise Light predicted that. She said, look, if this thing goes in and people start following this, we're going to see an increase in the rate of diabetes and heart disease. And guess what? We did. She was right. So back in the day, really early on, Hippocrates, the father of medicine, said, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. Doctors take the Hippocratic oath, which is first do no harm. Yet they're allowed to be giving toxic chemicals to little babies and pregnant moms and to people of all ages. Some of it which hasn't even been tested. Some of it has been tested but had bad results, but they hid them and got it out anyway. Hippocrates said, first do no harm and let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. And that's what we're going to be talking about this weekend. And for me, food is not just the stuff we put in our mouths. Food is everything we put in and on our body. So the thoughts we think, the emotions that we feel, the things we put on our skin, the things we breathe in, all of those things are our quote unquote food. And all of those things should be nourishing us, not depleting us. And if you're sick, it's because those things are out of balance. The Ayurvedics said a long time ago, when the food is correct, medicine is of no need. When the food is incorrect, medicine is of no use. That's an ancient proverb that needs to be carried into modern medicine. Because when the food is correct, medicine is of no need, barring genetic defects or missing organs and barring long-term irreversible damage that's been caused by the wrong food, the wrong lifestyle in the first place. Sometimes things are beyond, not usually and not always. So this is a proverb I think you need to be taking in. But you know what? It's not just about food. I wish I could wave my magic wand and I could say, just eat these foods and everything is going to be fine. And I could wave my magic wand and you'll actually do what I recommend you do, because all those emotional blocks and energetic blocks are gone. But the truth of the matter is, it's way more than that. If this is how you want to feel, if you want to feel vibrant and alive and healthy and energetic and able to live your life to the fullest, which I know most of you do. And if you don't, then there's some other things going on that need to be addressed. But this is what we want, right? We want to be happy, healthy, whole. We want to contribute. We want to be able to be with our family members. When I ask questions on Facebook and say, hey, what's one thing you would do if you had more time? One of the biggest answers is spend more time with my family. We want to be able to do this, all of us. And if I could wave the wand, it would work. But I don't have a wand. So there's more than just the food. And it's what I call the 7 pillars of vibrant, unstoppable health. We're going to go into these in more detail later on today and tomorrow and be trying to give you a little bit of insight into all of these. So the 7 pillars, what are they? First and foremost is stress, low stress. We live in a stressful environment. People will say their hair is falling out, their libido is gone. Stress causes imbalances throughout the body system. Stress pulls in the adrenal glands, which are intended to let us fight and flight, right? Keep us alive in the face of danger. And it does a lot of damage in its wake. And one of the things it does is it zaps the building blocks of sex hormones. And so of the surgence of infertility, miscarriages, low libido, PMS, menopause that's horrific, all of those things come in a big part from stress and not being able to manage it. We'll share with you how to do that. Strong values and visions. What does that have to do with health, huh? It's when you're connected to what you value the most. And when you have a vision of where you want to go and you keep that forefront, pizza and beer don't appeal to you anymore because they're not on the path leading there, right? They're on the path. They're the other things that are on the path leading to what you want the most and what you value most are going to be the choices that you make. So those are really big things. And when I'm working with people, either one-on-one or in our group coaching, our energy recharge inner circle, where we take about 45 to 50 people at most a year through a process of completely revamping their health on all these pillars, we start with the stress and the values and visions. Because if you try to eat different foods and have the discipline to exercise and do all the other things you need to do, and you're not grounded in the value, the vision, and have techniques to manage your stress, you're in trouble. Sleep is super important. And sleep is one of those vicious cycle things where lack of sleep creates imbalance, but the imbalances cause you not to be able to sleep real well. So maybe you have a high adrenal output late at night. Maybe you have an imbalance of neurotransmitters, and that could be caused by the other things, but you've got to get them fixed to be able to sleep, and you've got to be able to sleep to get them fixed. So sometimes we jump in and use some symptomatic things with the sleep, as safe and natural as possible, to help people to get that good night's sleep, to push it forward. Sleep affects blood sugar, it affects hormones, it affects your focus and all that. And of course, we all know healthy diet. I put healthy diet right in the middle. But without good sleep, low stress, and attachment to what's most important to you and commitment to what's most important to you, I don't care what good herbs and how organic your food is and how long you've been avoiding gluten and dairy and sugar and all the allergens that we can think of, you're not going to get better. We have to address it all. Okay, it's really important. Of course, exercise is important, but exercise at the expense of other things is not. So there's such a thing as over-exercising and abusing the body in that over-exercising, taking certain substances that might make you stronger but not quite make you healthier, and also the dietary things that people are doing to try to make themselves stronger can be very detrimental. So creating a fun exercise program that's easy for you to do, that you're going to do on a consistent basis, super important. Of course, a clean environment. And look at it. They're putting pesticides, GMOs, all this stuff is in our food supply, in our water supply. The air is polluted with factory outpourings, even in the cleanest of cities. We're looking at getting rid of environmental commissions, agency standards for that. And that's a bad thing. Kids are being injected right from birth with vaccines that are loaded with toxins. And that's a problem with the environment, the internal environment, the external environment, the carpeting, the paints on the walls. All of these things need to play in mold in the environment. All of these things are part of your health. And if you just focus on one of these pillars, you're not going to get the results. So I want to bring your attention to the fact that all of these pillars are important. And like I said, I can't teach you everything you need to know about each and every one of these pillars in this short weekend. I have a whole year program which has a module devoted to each of these with lots and lots of resources and support to help you do that. And then fun, like fun. This is funny because fun is funny. Fun is like the fun part of it, right? Fun is super important. There's tons of studies that show that that fun creates the chemical environment in your body that's conducive to healing. And when I did my Spring into Vitality live event, remember I said I do the live event in the spring, and I've done 5 of them. This year was the 5th one, but last year in 2016, it was all about assessments, taking charge of your health, becoming your own health detective, and doing all these assessments on yourself. So in the class, I gave people this, it's an 11-page assessment form that they filled out, and then they got scores for each of these 7 pillars. So it's the 7-pillar scorecard, I called it. And what I did was I got out my flip chart, and I wanted to see like where everybody lies. So how many people had low stress as their top priority? How many people had the visions? How many people sleep, diet, exercise, environment, and fun? And the majority of the audience had a bad score in the fun part, because we're taking life too seriously, guys. It's like, I have this health challenge. How can I have fun? How can you not have fun? Because that fun is going to help you to rebalance your body. So I believe in building in time every day, even if it's only 5 minutes, to do something fun. And I have in my year-long program, that pillar, one of the exercises people do. And we also have that in that Spring into Vitality 2016, by the way, is basically a fun assessment thing. So you can kind of figure out what kind of things you can do on a daily basis that are fun, and then you schedule it. And we have somebody actually going to be talking about scheduling all this stuff in. So this is what it takes. No magic wand, no special supplement, no fancy herb. You're not missing that one herb. What you're missing is the whole picture, the balance, everything. There's also the role of genetics. And of course, the environment and piecing the puzzle together, and the interaction of the environment on genetics. Not everyone is impacted by the environment or the food or the stress as much as another person. And that's where genetics come in. And we're going to be having a talk on that tomorrow. So that's going to be our starting conversation at noon tomorrow, at noon or 10 o'clock in the morning. So it is the morning for you guys on the West Coast, and it's late into the afternoon for those of you in Europe, which we have quite a number of you. And I want to briefly touch on plateaus. I hear all the time. And I hear this a lot from guys who are educated, who have been to lots of the summits, who have done so much, that your health was down in the pits and you had a lot of extra weight, or you were completely fatigued, you had rashes all over your body, your thyroid was a mess, and you learned about functional medicine, functional nutrition, and you started doing it. And you started losing weight. And you started getting better, and your energy started to get better, and you kept increasing and getting better and better over the course of months. And then you hit a plateau, and you haven't been able to go beyond that. You haven't been able to release that last 10 or 20 or 30 pounds. You haven't been able to get that energy quite up to where it needs to be. You haven't been able to get your bowels quite to 100%, even though they're 90% improved. The phenomenon of plateau is very common, and it's something that I hear about all the time. And there are a number of reasons that people hit plateaus, and I want to share with you a few of those. And the way I'm going to share them with you is in terms of, what do we do to bust through those plateaus? What do you do when you've reached those plateaus? What are some of the areas that can cause you to keep on with those symptoms, to keep on with those extra pounds? So I'm going to talk to you about what I call my plateau busters. The first one is identify food intolerances. And I don't mean run an allergy test and find out what you're allergic to. I mean food intolerances in a broader perspective. Yes, an food allergy is part of that. There may be foods that you've developed antibody reactions to, that you're actually attacking. But that problem is not really a food allergy problem. It's usually a leaky gut problem. So you have to go to the digestion to fix that. I'm also talking about other things that you may not be tolerating well. Oxalates in the foods, histamines, phenols, sulfur. A lot of people, FODMAPs, and we'll talk more about FODMAPs later. A lot of people have intolerances to certain food constituencies. So you may be eating what looks like a perfectly healthy diet, and it is. But there's certain intolerances that you have because your body doesn't handle oxalates well, or it doesn't handle sulfur or phenols or the FODMAP type foods. Generally speaking, just removing the food is not enough because that's not the root cause. But during the plateau busting phase, we do need to remove those foods while we're fixing the underlying. We'll talk what that is. You want to get your blood sugar in balance, because if your blood sugar is not in balance, that can actually contribute to you not tolerating food. What do I mean by optimizing your blood sugar? Well, most people will say, this food's considered low glycemic because I looked it up on the chart. And you know what? You can throw those charts in the trash because they don't really mean anything. They're guidelines, sure, but you may be reacting to a food that's considered low glycemic. And quite frankly, the way they create those charts is to test like thousands of people and give them 100-gram carbohydrate load of each of those foods and then see what happens to their blood sugar. And then they average it. But when you actually look at the data, some people are at the low end, some people are at the high end, and people are in the average. When I look at the way that people classify things as average and say, well, the average person this and this is good and you should be able to eat this because this is low glycemic according to the averages. I think about this. I think if you were to take, say you decided that you were going to donate shoes to this team at an inner city school and the kids just don't have the money to buy these new shoes, and you wanted to donate shoes so they can participate in athletics. And you went, okay, these kids are 8th graders. The average shoe size of an 8th grader is an 8. So I'm going to donate 1,000 pairs of size 8 shoes to that team. And guess what? Maybe 10% of those kids will be able to wear those shoes, because you can't average people and then try to fit them into a protocol or a shoe or a piece of clothing or a diet or a plan based on averages. You can't do it. It doesn't work. So 10% of those kids would be either trying to squeeze into a shoe that's too small for them or sticking their foot in and sticking cotton in the toes of the shoes that are too big. It doesn't work, right? We need to customize. And optimizing your blood sugar is the best way to start customizing your diet, because you can see at a glance what goes on. And we'll talk more about blood sugar later. Heal your gut and optimize digestion. You have to do this in order to be able to bust through the plateau. There's bugs that live in your gut. They're good bugs, but there's bad bugs. And the balance between them is important. And certain ones cause you to gain weight or hold on to weight, and others help you to lose it. So really getting in and optimizing your digestion. And we have, tomorrow is our day to talk digestion. You need to cleanse and detoxify. And what does that mean? Here's the thing. Your body is brilliant. It's designed to survive. It's designed to keep you alive. And some of the symptoms you experience and some of the plateaus that you're experiencing are coming on as a result of your body trying to protect you. So if you're exposed to an environment that's full of toxicity, if you're exposed to the food that's full of toxicity, if you're in toxic emotional state because you're listening to the news and you're getting engaged in social media fights about politics and finances and all that sort of stuff, you're creating toxic emotions, you're creating toxic chemicals from inside your body. So even if you live in a bubble and you're getting frustrated and you're watching the news and you're getting upset, you're generating toxic chemicals. But here's the thing, your liver is great at taking care of that. Your liver can get rid of toxins. It's beautifully designed to do it, unless you overload it. Unless you overload it. If you overload it, then it can't go through the process. It doesn't have the right nutrition to go through all those processes, or the toxins are coming too fast. It sequesters the toxins away and it puts it into fat, and then it stores it on you. So you may be eating a calorie insufficient diet, which should cause you to lose weight. You may be eating organic food, but you have toxic emotions. You're living in a house where there's mold, or there's toxic paint on the walls, or carpeting with formaldehyde, going to the mall a lot. I mean, any number of things that you're exposing yourself toxicity wise. And what happens is your liver can't keep up. And the best analogy I have, I love this, it's a great metaphor for this, is at the I Love Lucy show, which was back when I was a little kid. You can go on YouTube and look for the video that they did on I Love Lucy. And it's a video of Ethel and Lucy got a new job, and they're at this little conveyor belt, and the candies are coming by, and all they have to do is, as the candy goes by, put a wrapper, put it back on, and it goes downstream. And so they're working on it, and it's just fine. And I think of that as the liver. It's just, okay, here's these toxins. Let's get them ready for the next stage. Let's get them ready. Let's get them ready. And suddenly these candies start coming faster. And you can see them scrambling and scrambling and scrambling. And the next thing you know, they're coming so fast, and they're missing them. And they're grabbing some of them and sticking them in their pockets and sticking them in their mouths and still trying to keep up with it. That's what your liver is doing. It's pulling them out. They can't keep up with it. I'm going to stick this in fat. I'm going to stick this in fat. And then you get fat. You gain weight, even though you're eating well, even though you're not eating enough. So detox is an amazing plateau buster. What else can help you blast through plateaus? Well, correcting nutrient imbalances, because guess what? The liver needs a whole slew of nutrients. There's a phase 1 and a phase 2. And in phase 1, it doesn't need all that much. But in phase 2, there's a ton of nutrients. It needs B vitamins. It needs certain amino acids. Methylation is part of that. Glutathione is part of that. So it needs all these nutritional factors. Plus, your cells need those factors. So every cell in your body is in a constant state of pulling nutrition in, letting toxins out, pulling nutrition in, letting toxins out. That's its job. And if you don't have the right nutrients to pull in, it doesn't have the ability to detoxify and push things out or do its own job. So correcting the nutrient imbalances help us bust through plateaus. And we'll talk a little bit later about how we can identify some of those. Clean up your environment. Really do an inventory. In our year-long program, that's part of the thing. We have this whole system of taking people through. So those of you who are in the program that just joined, you're going to be going through this. There's a clean up your environment section where we give you checklists, and you can look through at all the products that you're using. I don't expect everybody to go out there and just dump all the toxic chemicals that they've got in their house and replace them, but it would be good if you could. And if you have unlimited funds, if money's not an object, do it, because it's the best thing for you. But you may want to use up this and replace it with that. Use up this, replace it with that. We teach you how to do that. And then personalize your diet to your genetics, your history, your early childhood, your intolerances, and your biochemistry. Because it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all diet. The diet that works for me may not work for you. It works beautifully for me. I feel phenomenal all the time. And it works for me. But it may not work for you. And it may not work for me. Like, I alter it by season. So learning how to do that, how to customize your diet by season, super important. And also to your genetics. And we'll talk about genetics on day 2. So I want to do a little bit of housekeeping right now. What does that mean, housekeeping? Well, just a little bit of guidelines for the program and like what to expect over the next couple of days. And then I'm going to introduce you to Jane, who is going to be speaking next about busting through some of those emotional and energetics. So some of the things that I want to cover is, number 1, I promised you when you signed up that you were going to get some gifts for signing up. And so I'm going to give you a link at the end to a page that we set up that will have on it the recordings and the extra special gifts that we're giving. Those are just to be given to people who show up. Those are not for people who signed up but didn't show up. So that's the gift you get. We'll be giving them links to temporary links to recordings, etc. But you'll get this page that you can go there and watch the videos whenever you want to replay these pieces. If you have to miss pieces, whatever, you'll get that. And we're going to give you that at the end. And I'll show you what that looks like later. So what do you expect to happen this weekend? So topic-wise, somebody asked in the chat early on, Are there specific, is there an agenda for the weekend? Well, we've got times, I've got them written down. The times might budge a little. Like I said, we've never done this before, so I don't know exactly how long each piece is going to take. But in general, so breakthrough resistance and emotional and an energetic blocks. That's our next topic. It's going to be happening at the top of the hour. And it's going to be done by Jane Guyette. And I'll tell you more about Jane in a bit. We're going to talk about the miracle of blood sugar balance. We're going to look at food religions, nutrient assessments, and a kind of food intolerance or find a kind of food grouping called FODMAPs. And the reason I chose that one, I'll tell you about others, but that one's the one I chose to concentrate a little bit more on because it's just been so popular these days and so confusing, and there's a lot of misinformation. Then we're going to take a break then, and we're going to have, we're going to go on to Karen Osborne is going to be talking about eating for bone health, and she has a presentation she put together for you that's absolutely amazing. I saw the longer full version of it at Spring into Vitality, but we've asked her to condense it down to the time we have this weekend. And she's also going to do a little demo of one of her favorite bone supporting health. I think it's a drink. I can't remember what she said, but food. She'll show you how to make something. And then scheduling time for your healthy habits, because this is important. You're going to learn all this great stuff. And you're going to know, how am I going to have time? I'm busy. I have 4 kids. I've got, a work, a job, etc. So we're going to talk about scheduling time and creating rituals and habits, and then some support strategies. Okay, I'm going to go through the 7 pillars in more detail during that support strategy and show you what kind of things are available. And then we'll have time for Q&A. On Sunday, we're going to do genetics, methylation, and nutrigenomics. How do you test your genetics? How do you interpret your genetics? How do you adapt your lifestyle? And you've heard the term, I'm sure, methylation, and you may not have a clue what it means, and I'm going to demystify that. We're going to also look at optimizing your diet to prevent and reverse chronic health challenges, inflammation, and autoimmune disease. And then we're going to have specific ones that we'll talk about later in the day. We're going to go into lab testing. How do you actually do lab testing for nutrient status? How do you know where you're at with this? We're going to look at the gut as the cornerstone for health. And then that's going to be with Isabel. And then we're going to look at customizing probiotics for your particular microbiome needs with Steph Jackson. And she's a whiz at, not just go buy this particular brand of probiotics, but how do you help yourself choose the right organisms for where you are right now? And then we're going to do a demo right here in my kitchen, fun with inflammatory alkalizing foods. And I'm going to be joined by one of our health coaches, Patty Rebko. So that's what to expect this weekend. And here's our guests, our special guests. We have Jane, who you're going to meet first today. She is going to be talking about those energetic and emotional blocks. We're going to talk to Shonda, who's going to talk about blood sugar, and those are today. Lynn is also going to be today, and Karen. So the 4 of those you're going to see today. Lynn's going to be doing the scheduling and how do you make time for this and how do you make this happen, and Karen's going to talk bone health. Tomorrow, we're going to have Isabel talking about some basic gut stuff, like why it's so important and how she uses that with her clients as a cornerstone, as a starting point, blood sugar and gut. And then Steph's going to take it deeper with the microbiome. Lisa's going to be the lab. She's been a nutritionist for 20 years. And she's what I call, my fellow geek. She loves geeking out on the labs. And she just does a really amazing job with her clients in doing that. And then Patty's going to join me in the kitchen and we're going to make food together. So I just want to say that all of these guys are in our nutritional endocrinology practitioner training, which is a certification program which goes through all of your endocrine stuff, your digestion, your emotions, and it takes you through and gives you the tools and the strategies and the in-depth knowledge of reading labs. So if you are a practitioner and that's something that you're interested in finding out more about, you would go to neptapply.com, and there's an 18-page catalog, is loosely a catalog, but it basically describes the whole program. And then if you want to, it's interesting to you, you can sign up and talk to one of our coaches about whether it's a fit. So these guys are in those programs. They all have varying numbers of years of experience in different ranges. Shonda came from conventional medicine as a nurse, and Isabel has been trained as a nutritionist, and Lynn has been a homeschooling mom and a self-taught nutrition expert for decades until she got certified. And Steph came through this in her own battle with autoimmunity, and Patty, similar, her own struggles brought her here, but she's a master chef, like a trained chef. And now she, used to do a lot of bakery stuff, and now she does more healthy stuff. And it's really amazing to see her in action. And Karen she started out as one of my clients 20 years ago. And then I became their quote unquote family doctor. So they stopped seeing doctors and completely turned their family's health around. She decided she wanted to do more, and she got trained in all sorts of food chefing, from living light in raw foods to natural Epicurean and all kinds of therapeutic foods. And now she's a therapeutic yoga instructor as well, and she's one of our students. So she's got a well-rounded education as well. So these all people, and a lot of them came from what I call from health crisis to health coaching, because you came from it. And Jane was a colon hydrotherapist and raw foods chef and teacher and all this sort of stuff. And now what she's really gravitating towards now is really working on those pieces, because she started questioning, like, why are my clients not getting well? Like, they're doing some of the things, I'm giving them the right things. What else is going on? What's keeping them from doing what I'm asking them to do? And she's just a whiz at that, and she's going to share some of her expertise. And we have a bunch of different gifts for you, and I'll share with you what that gift page looks like. And then we're going to go and have a little, let me see. There we go. Nope, that's our afternoon. Yeah, so we'll share with that after the break. We'll have a break at around 2-ish, maybe 1:45-ish, 2, to give you guys a chance to leave and go and, go outside, get some water, etc. Then we'll go on for the rest of the day. Feel free to take care of yourself during this process. If you need to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom. If you need to get some water, go get some water. And there we go. All right. So I'm going to move on to Jane and let Jane share with you. I'm real excited to introduce her. So before I do that, I just want a couple of last things in the housekeeping. It just came to my mind. One is, yes, take care of yourself. Get up and go to the bathroom when you need. Have your water handy. Sip it as you need it. I will be doing the same. But I want you to keep an open mind, because a lot of times we hear things, and we may have already heard it before. And we say, oh, I already knew this. What a waste of time. All this stuff, and I already knew that. And if you say that, you turn yourself off to learning. And it's a really dangerous thing to be saying, because you turn yourself off to the learning. And here's the thing. If you, quote unquote, know it, but you're not doing it, you don't really know it at all. You have to know it at the core of your being. I know it's important to drink water. I keep my big jug of water here, and I drink that by the end of the day. And I keep filling up, because I know the value of it. I know the value of good food. I know the value of heart math. So before I go in and bring Jane in, I want to take a quick moment to teach you. Many of you know it already, because you've been on calls and programs with me before. We're just going to do one of our centering, our heart math. So I want you to go ahead and put your right hand over your heart, your left hand over your belly, and then take some long, slow, deep breaths. And focus your attention on the emotions of your heart, the love, the appreciation, the self-love. And then breathe deeply and feel your abdomen just rising and falling as you breathe. With every breath, I want you to bring in new energy, new healing, new light, new oxygen. And I want you to breathe super deeply. Hold it at the very edge of the inhale, and then let it out. And when you think you've exhaled every last bit of breath, push a little further. Because what happens when you're stressed is you breathe shallowly. You're going around. And there's trapped air that stays at the bottom of your lungs. And it's got all this carbon dioxide to release. And it circulates that back into your blood. And it's not a good thing. So let's let that out. It's part of detoxifying. The lungs are part of your detoxification system. So breathe out toxins. Deep. Hold it. Let it go. Awesome. And now what I want you to do on the next breath is to breathe in a situation, a place, a memory of some place, some people you were with, where you just feel really good. You felt amazing. You felt blissful almost. And it just feels really good to be there. I just go back to the beach, being in the water, feeling the warmth of the water, the warmth of the sun, the freedom of just floating. And allow yourself to really be there with every morsel of your body. Your body doesn't know the difference. Your brain doesn't know the difference between really being there and just going there in your brain. So allow yourself to go there and recreate the beautiful chemicals and the immune system factors and the hormones that get generated. And then when you're ready, bring that feeling back into the room. Breathe into it. And then open your eyes. And then type into the chat how you're feeling. And I'll check in with the chat in a little bit. So just type in, what feeling did you bring back? How did you differ? How did that differ? And know that you can do that anytime throughout the day. So I'm going to encourage you to do that throughout our 2 days together, but also throughout your day-to-day. And practice it when you're not stressed, so that when you are, you're able to shift it in an instant. So let me introduce you to Jane. Let me open up Jane's line. I don't think Jane is.
Hi.
There she is. Good. Kelty, let's get you out of there. Just go out, please, so that we can just be Jane and I, because I can't get rid of you there. So hi, Jane. Welcome, Jane. Jane is moving to New Jersey, and or has moved, and she's in the middle of moving or something, and she's in transition. So she's at whose house are you at? Your parents' house?
I'm actually in California right now, so I've been moving around.
She's been jumping around. I really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule. So she lived in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Her husband got a job transfer to New Jersey. She's visiting her parents in California. Oh yeah, because you're there for Laura's thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So I'm gonna, Kelty, if you don't mind, I'm gonna eject you, and you can come back in later. There we go. So it's just not just, there we go. There's a few nuances of this webinar jam that they've shifted, and we tested it all out last night. And we realized that you can't just have the two people that you're talking to. The other people are all there in little halos or whatever. So anyway, so Jane, I'm so excited to have you here. And Jane has been one of our functional nutrition coaches in our Energy Recharge Inner Circle for, this is your third year, right? You did it 3 years in a row. And she has done an amazing job. And it's part of the internship that the people go through is they join our program, and they only need to do it once. But it actually is, and there's Shonda, she's going to be speaking next. So it's, they only need to come through once, and she just wanted to keep coming back because she just loves it, and she learns a lot, and we love her. And so this year she has a different role in the group. She's actually going to be taking all of our Gold Plus people, get 3 sessions with her to do the work we're going to talk about right now, to actually dig in deep and get those emotional and energetic blocks and start to move those. So we're excited to have you. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So tell us, so when you're working with people, same thing, you work with people and you come up with this great plan and you do all this lab testing and you tell them what to do and they don't do it. They start to do it and then they go off track and they go, well, I just wanted to eat that Mars bar and, have pizza and beer with my friends. But now I'm going to get back on track. And they just keep doing this. It might be self-sabotage. It might be just emotional eating. And so there's more to it. And I'd love for you to share, how do you go through and actually help people to remove those blocks so they can actually do what they know to do?
Yeah, it's been a real exciting process, actually, to kind of figure this out over the years, because I've successfully done it in groups. And I run now a cleanse program that I've been doing for 7 years. And the transformational process to me was a lot easier in group programs. I love group programs like this one. The individual work was a little bit more challenging, right? When you give somebody something to do and they come back, oh, this got in the way. There were lots of excuses. And as a coach, it was kind of frustrating. And so it was great to find a work and be able to tie in and really figure out, hone in on what it was that was keeping people stuck. Because the reality of it, there's different stuckness, right? There's stress. Let's call it stress, because it's really the stressors in life even from the point of being in mother's womb. Mm-hmm. And as we're growing up as a baby and adolescent and teenage years, different things happen, whether it's physical stress, mental stress, emotional stress, and people react differently to stress. And we're not, parents aren't handed a manual on how to teach your child on how to deal with stress, right? And manage stress and what it does and how it sits in the body. Right. But as far as, stress is also conscious and unconscious, right? So stress can be injuries, traumas, illnesses, relationships, right? Time with, we heard, everybody wants more family time, right? Because probably we're juggling all these crazy jobs. And these stresses manifest differently in different people, depending on how we react to it. Yeah. And the bottom line, conscious and unconscious stressors of life, they lead to a blocked energy that result in the signs and symptoms of behavioral patterns, right? And also can then manifest into physical patterns. So when I started tying in the physical stressors, when we're looking at root cause, right? We're kind of like little root cause junkies. I call myself a root cause junkie. It's like, what is it? Is it really the physical stress that's causing the problem that's showing this symptom, right? We notice on the chat, there's a lot of symptoms, physical symptoms, but what's the underlying root cause? And what I was finding, and with a lot of my clients, was that a lot of triggers happened or were created, or energetic blocks are created in the body from like birth or womb to age 5. I would hear that over and over again. And I'm sure you hear the same thing too with people that come in your life. So it was like, we know that scientifically that when there's a trauma to us, that it creates kind of an energetic block in the body. So it actually has it's like a ball. It's a mass. It kind of turns into an energetic mass in the body that gets stuck. And it's a matter of how do we identify with it? How do we go through the emotion that we get triggered with and feel it in our body and then release it? So what I try to do with my clients, it's really an active listening process. Because for the most part, as we're growing up, we've been told what to do, most of us, right? Yep. Be this way, act this way. Things have happened to us that have kind of created our behaviors and our patterns that we can't get past. So I kind of take an active listening approach and have with this particular program, and listen to them. What are the issues that are they tackling with? Because there's a lot in there. There's a lot of information in the symptoms, but there's a lot of information behind the symptoms when we're actively listening. What are their dreams, their visions, their goals? We focus so much on the symptoms, right? And the negativities of life and the bad behaviors, and that we forget the fun. We forget our dreams, our goals, and our visions. So it's really important to establish that up front. What is it that they're trying to achieve, right? Is it more energy? Is it more time with the family?
Yep.
More, they want more love in their life. They want more happiness, maybe finding their purpose. Their purpose isn't really clear. So finding that piece that really gets at the core emotion, like what is it that makes them really happy, in life? And then we together then set an intention. Cause I think that's that, when we chase these symptoms and we're just looking, okay, I just want to fix my thyroid, right? I just, want to fix my gut issues, but there may be, the gut houses so many kind of emotional issues too, right? Being a colon hydrotherapist, I had my hands on a lot of tummies. Yeah. So I was able to feel energetically, just literally the energy. It was probably the best education I ever had, because there was a physical stuckness, but there was also an energetic stuckness. And when you can release both the physical piece of it and that energetic body, they call them energetic cysts that are created. So, for example, a physical injury. I had one client who I was looking for the root cause, and I couldn't figure out, but all the symptoms were pointing, once she was on the perfect diet, doing everything perfectly, lifestyle perfect. She had her daily practice, but it was not until about 6 months later when she finally, through our dialogue, that she finally told me she had had a blow to the head by a baseball. And it literally tied in with all of the symptoms that she was having. We went, oh, okay, finally, there was a trauma there, a physical trauma there. Now we could really get at, they say with physical traumas, it's like a bruised apple. You know, when you bruise an apple and that bruise grows over time, is that if you don't clear the energetic trauma with it, there's a physical trauma, but if you don't clear the energetic trauma with that bruise is going to grow over time and create problems and imbalances. And for her, it was in her brain. It was actually in the hypothalamus. So it was very interesting when we started working on releasing some of the energetic trauma. She started getting better.
Right. So that's a key thing that you mentioned, right? Because you think, okay, she had a blow to the head. We want to look at, is there physical trauma? Is there, damage to the brain and healing that? And how do we do neurotransmitters? But what you're saying is it's more than that. It's not just like from a trauma, there's the physical assault, but there's that emotional and energetic assault to the body that gets kind of locked in. Is that what?
Yeah. So say parents, say your parents got divorced, right? And one of the parents left the house. That's really traumatic. And it happened before the age of 5. That's really traumatic to a child. So the question is what was the emotion that child was feeling at the time? Maybe it was abandonment, right? And maybe that child was never comforted and explained and not helped with that particular trauma in life. Mm-hmm. And so what happens is when it was, sadness, that abandonment. And every time in their life, when that emotion is triggered, when they get that same kind of experience of abandonment, right, or sadness, they go back to, say, if it happened at 2 years, they go back to the 2-year-old, because that part of the emotion, that part of that 2-year-old was not able to mature because that energy was stuck in them. So every time there is a scenario, so think about this, right, everyone, with your family members. How many people, when they get triggered, they go back to their 2-year-old or their 7-year-old or their 12-year-old, right? And you go, oh my gosh, you're acting like a teenager, right? Or you're acting like a baby. Well, there's a reason for that, because that emotion was never able to mature.
Awesome.
It was never able to be released. And to be able to mature into adulthood. So what's great about it is that in a short period of time, in a short session, if we can, when I work with my clients and we can get them to feel their bodies, because I think feeling, we set the intention, and it's really about empowerment. Go back a little bit. It's really about empowerment, because it might be a surprise to most people as a coach, right? I don't want to be the role of the problem solver. I want the client to try to notice themselves when something is happening in their body. I want them to notice, and then I will, we'll talk back to them, not talk back to them, but we'll repeat back to them what it is that they said. And that reflection back is really important. So having, when you're doing this healing at the very beginning, when you're empowering somebody, it's really important to, have someone else, another coach, to kind of help you through this process. It's very hard to do this alone.
Yeah.
You can't do this work alone.
You can't see it.
No. And even if you're working on physical stuff, even, if you're working on blood sugar balancing or thyroid, all of that, when you start out on these things, you do need a coach in all of this. I think it's really important. You just can't do it on your own.
Yeah.
So then we go into feeling, because I think what happens is we compartmentalize the body. And something probably was so painful that we almost like shut it off, like we build a box around it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get them to clients to really tune back into their body and feel what's going on in their body, just literally by just closing your eyes. And, everybody could do this right now. It's just close your eyes and just tap into what your body is feeling right now. Is there tension somewhere? Is there ache? Is there a pain? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it telling you something? Maybe you had an argument with somebody this morning, and maybe that's triggering up, upset in the stomach. It's when you're triggered in an emotion, whether it's sadness, anger, guilt, whatever that is in the body, when that's triggered, a lot of us are taught not to feel it and not to acknowledge it. And we compartmentalize. So we shut off that part of the body. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to acknowledge it. We don't have to relive it, right? We don't have to relive the trauma. We don't have to relive the experience. But when the feeling comes up, we want to embrace it because it is part of us. And I try to get out of it's not good or bad or right or wrong. It just is. Mm-hmm. Something triggered anger. Something triggered sadness. Something triggered anxiety. And then you go into the body and you're with it. And when you're with it and you acknowledge it, most of the time it just pretty much dissipates. Mm-hmm. When you associate it with part of the body. So it can manifest and show up in a lot of different ways. And one of the things as far as tools that I like to teach my clients, and this is work, right? Getting healthy, it's work, especially if we've been in behavioral patterns for many, many years. And so tools are really important, and taking action is really important. So it's not fixating so much on the problem or the symptom, but rather a solution. Right. So I am really key on the foundational principle before we move forward. And you know this, Dr. Ritamarie, about the foundation, about having a daily practice. Yeah. And that daily practice can, whatever works for the person, there's different things for different people. But the things that I use, people do meditation, people do prayer, do music in the background, right? A relaxing music. There's one piece of music that I use that calms me down. It's called Musical Rapture. You can download it free online. Oh, nice. It's beautiful. There's breath work like you just did right before we started here. Yeah. I mean, how centering and grounding. I can feel right now just the centering and grounding that's occurring kind of across the group. Yeah. Mantras. I love mantras. I love the spoken. When I speak and I do a mantra, that brings me out of my head. Yeah. And that's my go-to. Some people like to read poetry, pick a wonderful poem or an affirmation, meditate on it, close your eyes for about 5 or 10 minutes and see what shows up to you when you're meditating on that poem or affirmation, and then journal about it, write it out, get it out of the body, get it out of the system, and then toss it away, burn it, whatever you want to do. Breath work is really great. Breath work is life force, and we hold our breaths all day. So we're not breathing, and that detox, we have to, in order to detox, we have to detox our lungs. All those chemical reactions in our body produces gases. It's got to come out of the lungs. We've got to breathe, and we know breathing in air is our life force, fills up, is our chi. Yep. Yep. Visualizations. This I learned early on when I was a professional dancer, is that I would take a dance routine and something that I couldn't get in class, but before I would go to bed at night, I'd close my eyes and I'd literally run through my mind my entire routine. By the next day in the morning, I never had to do that again. It was already in my body. The power of visualization is amazing. So when you set your intention, right? And you visualization, Olympic athletes use this. Yep. How do you think they do so well? There's a whole science about visualizing and visualizing your dream. If if you're kind of upset and unsettled, close your eyes, do that heart meth technique that Dr. Ritamarie just did. Visualize your happiest place.
Yep.
And then I noticed someone, put in the chat room too, we don't get outside in nature very often.
Yeah.
And that's really important. Getting outside, exercising, moving our body.
Yep. And being barefoot out there too, to really connect energy to the earth.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a big barefoot person. I love summer.
Me too.
So those are the things that, I do and working with clients. And when you really tap in and you stop, right, before you start tackling the physical problems, stop and really listen in, and doing this do it on a daily basis. It's got to be done on a daily basis. There are no ifs, ands, buts about it.
Well, I've gotten into my daily meditation. I've always had a hard time with it. And I always do my heart math. So I know that's my way of doing it. But I really wanted to do meditation. And I finally have gotten it. And I've meditated every single day since Christmas. So
awesome.
Amazing, right? No matter what. It's like, okay, even if it's only 3 minutes, I'm going to do 3 minutes. But I wanted to tie this full circle, right? Because how do these blocks and not releasing these blocks get in the way of the people doing their programs? So how does it result in self-sabotage, emotional eating, and so other kinds of behaviors that we see people doing?
Yeah, so we know stress actually has a physiological response in the body, right? That's been studied over and over again, the physical effects of it, right? Stress, the body takes its resources from proper digestion, right? In creating lots of imbalances in the body. And the energetic blockages that we have, whether physical, mental, emotional blocks, as we get into these habits, right, over time of, for me, I call them my squirrel moments. So is that, if something looks difficult, if we don't want to face it, I think it's the facing it. I think we're afraid of facing or looking at or really feeling that emotion. So when we get to that point where we're detoxing and everything's going really well and we're feeling really good, we're like, wait a minute, this is new. This is a new place to be. I've never been here before. This is uncomfortable for me. It's not common to be there. And so I think that's where we hit. It's at that point where we're not comfortable in feeling necessarily good because we're not used to it, that we know we've kind of hit a block. So maybe you hit fear. And so fear shows up. And then and a lot of times what we'll do is we'll take one of our squirrel moments and go back to our old habits, right? So that we don't have to feel the fear.
Yes.
And it's the opposite. We actually want to go into it. Again, we're not reliving it. We're just going into it, checking in with the body and going, where am I feeling this? And why am I feeling this? Yeah. And a lot of times there's not a why. Intellectually, we want a reason for everything.
We always try to do that. We all go to our lessons.
Yeah. And what I guess here, we don't want to go intellectually. This is not necessarily an intellectual thing. This is not an intellectual thing. This is a feeling thing. I think we've really shut off our feelings and we have compartmentalized our body. So when you get to a point where you're doing all these great things and then you slide back and, I had that bowl of ice cream. You got to ask yourself, why did I do that? Or before you actually go for that, right? Before you go for it.
But it's the starting point is to ask after. So that stages of learning, right? But then you go, why am I reaching for this? What am I feeling right now that I'm trying not to feel?
Right. Because it's scary. It can be scary.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to go back into those old traumas. Those are very uncomfortable feelings.
Absolutely.
And because we do know when we have those stressors and we have those negative emotions over time and we're stuck in sympathetic dominance, right? That it creates imbalances and we just naturally don't want to be there. but it's really easy. Like it takes 5 minutes to just literally go there. It's practice, right? Having a coach and practice. It really takes practice. And that's why I said that's why the daily practice is so important, because it's important to be able to practice on how to feel good. Does that make sense?
Totally. And that's what I tell people about heart math too. You don't want to wait until you're in a stressful situation and then go, what was that technique she told me about 2 weeks ago? And then you try to do it. You don't have any practice doing it. You don't know how, but you just make it a daily practice. And for heart math, I like to do multiple times a day. So then when you do get that feeling coming up, you go, oh yeah, that technique. I can go there. Let me go there. And then after a while, you don't even have to think about it. You just naturally go there.
Right.
When it's a
reprogramming that we have to do. Perfect. We do have to do a neuroprogramming when we're stuck in these habits. We have to make things a habit. Now, and what I tell people, don't do everything at once. Right. Take one thing, and do a daily. Pick one thing, take one thing, do a daily practice, and do it over 21 days.
Yep. And
then choose the next thing, and then you'll see. I'm probably a great example, myself, because I was in panic and anxiety for an entire year. There wasn't any supplement, food plan, medication, anything that would break through that anxiety. And it wasn't until I had my spiritual teacher, my current spiritual teacher of 10 years, came into my office and we started chatting, and she gave me 3 mantras. And she said, do this for the next 30 days. You won't have any anxiety anymore. And she was right.
Wow.
I made it a habit. I reconnected with myself, with my own source, with my own energy. I got back in my body and felt, started feeling again. Wow. And it cut it. That was it. And then I could work on the physical stuff.
Yep.
Because I was back in my body. Because the physical symptoms sometimes you get miraculous healings. That happens. Sometimes there are things you just need to work on over time.
Right. And then it allows it to take in. So thank you. I really appreciate all this. We could talk on this for hours.
Yes, we could.
Then we wouldn't get to the rest of the program. So I just wanted to give people a taste of what you're about, and about this being hope for them, because a lot of people get hopeless. I'm doing this, I'm doing that, nothing's helping, is another way to look at it. And I know that this ties into some of the more recent research, the ACEs project, the adverse childhood experiences, and there's a test you can do to see if this is actually affecting you. So you can go in, if you take that quiz and if you score anything but 0, these things can be affecting you. And it doesn't have to be that you were molested or raped. It's small traumas that we perceive as much larger, right? Getting your hair pulled by, an angry parent, right? That can be, no, they weren't abusive all the time. It's just one situation that happened, but that can get locked in traumatically, and that can be affecting you now. So it's an important aspect to look at. So thank you so much. Do you have any words that you want to say before we move?
No. I will put together for your bonus section. There's some questions in here. Somebody asked me what the 3 mantras were. So it may or may not be for you. I have a spiritual background, but I'm going to put some of these tools in a handout for folks. And again, you choose what works for you. There are different things that works for different people. So it's so great. Thank you. I've loved being an ERC coach. This year was phenomenal for me. I'm really looking forward to next year, and so glad to be part of the program. And thank you to everybody out there for listening.
Thank you, Jane.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so we'll go like that. And we are next going to move to, so that was pretty awesome. So if you're not watching on Facebook, I'm used to those little hearts that you can send on Facebook, but send to Jane some virtual hearts or little smileys if you liked what she talked about and if you found this to be useful. So we're going to move from that into another aspect that is often overlooked. So I'm starting today with the pieces that are often overlooked. And one of those things is blood sugar balance. So we have with us today someone who's in our in our NEPT program. She's also one of our ERC coaches. She's coming back for her second year. She's working with the silver and the gold level people. I know some of you have her as your coach, those of you who are watching, and some of you have had her as your coach before. And she's pretty phenomenal. She spent 25 years in Western medicine as a nurse until she had her own health crisis. So I want to have Shonda talk to you a little bit about that and how she came to realize how important blood sugar balance was, not just for herself, but for her clients. And she does have a blood sugar balancing program that she takes her clients through. So let's see and make sure that you're unmuted. Are you unmuted, Shonda? Are you there? You may have to hit your button to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
I can. We don't see you, but we hear you. So
Perfect.
if you have a camera, you can hit the camera button, but if you don't.
Can I do that? Because I was actually in my yard gardening and was like, oh gosh, I have to go get ready. I thought I was going to be on camera, so I like
on camera. Yeah, go ahead.
I like to connect with people.
I like to see people, and I like people to. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
So, dear Shonda, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. What an honor and pleasure to be here.
Yeah, well, I'm honored that you took your time out to be here, and I really appreciate all the work you've done with the clients and with everything that you've done and contributed to not just to the clients in our energy recharge program, but to the other practitioners. You're very vocal and active on the forums, and you're always sharing. And I just want you to share a little bit about you and how you came to realize how important blood sugar was for yourself and then for your clients.
Yeah, let's do that. This is the fun stuff. This is really what I'm so incredibly passionate about because it's what completely, well, it gave my life back. I, as Dr. Ritamarie said, I was a nurse, and I'm one of those nurses. I've been talking about this a lot, trying to work on some of the stuff that Jane's been talking about, and doing that kind of work, and working in Western medicine, where I was a nurse and thought, or had decided that to be a good nurse meant that I had to work in high stress areas, change specialty often, move around the country. I stopped counting when I hit 32 moves.
Oh my gosh.
I think I was only in my 30s at that point.
That's considered one of those super stressors.
Right? So all the big stress stuff.
Yeah.
Every time you change your specialty areas, like a new job, a new, you're learning everything basic, like a lot of stuff. I mean, I had the basics, but learning all the specialty stuff. And I really burned myself out. And of course, working in Western medicine, I had access to every specialist, because I worked in the ER. So I never had to worry about who to go to. I knew who all the good people were. Everything was always normal. Everything's always normal. But I burned out so bad, I actually was talking to my husband about quitting work, considering myself and labeling myself disabled, although nobody could find anything. And those are the words I use. I'm disabled. I can't function. I had such horrible brain fog. I couldn't remember coworkers' names that I saw, and I was too embarrassed to look it up, and it would take 3 or 4 days. I haven't met anybody yet that had brain fog that bad.
Wow.
Thank goodness. I hope nobody gets that. Because I honestly felt in my mid-30s that my life was over. Oh my God. That the rest of my life I was going to spend. I'm going to cry because these were hard times. And I know there's so many people that go through this.
Yep.
That I felt like I had a big purpose in life and a big mission that I could never do because my physical health was so poor. And I know there's so many people that are going through this. And when you're really tied to conventional Western medicine, we know this, working in this area, that we often don't get the answers. We get told it's all in our head. It must be stress, but said in a way that, not that it's stress that they give you any tools to deal with, but stress so we must dismiss it. It doesn't mean anything.
Or take progress.
And no answers. So what happened was, often the big instigator to get us to work on our health is our weight as women. So I was looking to work on my weight. I already had the value of organic whole foods, but not understanding the importance of everything else and how to use them to really fuel and balance what was going on in my body. Mm-hmm. But I did find a little tiny little program that got me doing all the food stuff. And in a matter of a week, I had dropped significant weight. My energy was coming back. My brain was starting to function. And so I stuck to it. After I did that, then I was like, okay, so I figured out what worked. Now I need to figure out why. Mm. And then I went into all the research around that. And the program that I did, actually, Dr. Ritamarie was a bonus on it. Sorry, I can see the black running down my face. Oh, well, who cares, right? Who cares?
Oh, we're
yeah, I had one in my face earlier.
What's the heck, right? Be real. We all want to be real. I think that's what we really appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, because this is tough stuff. This is tough stuff. This is real stuff. I don't sit in an ivory tower now working with clients because everything is perfect and fabulous and wonderful. It's still work. Yeah. And there's still many facets that I still work on it for my health. But one of the most powerful things that I did was do your blood sugar program, which is how I ended up being here. So for me, it feels like I'm working with my royalty, my Hollywood person, because that's how I consider Dr. Ritamarie. Doing way better work than an actress or an actor. It's about changing our world. And I got all of my stuff back. I got my brain and my health, and the weight came off. And it was all about blood sugar balancing. And what was really key for me was that the being told that everything was normal all the time and finding out that there actually was a different school of thought around blood work and labs, and that they weren't normal. And there was so much, and it opened up so many answers of what I could do. And blood sugar balancing was the key and the base of all the other stuff that I've done as well.
Absolutely. So that's really awesome. And you brought that into not just your own life, but your clients. Right? So you made that transition from emergency medicine into holistic health. How'd that happen?
Well, I'm kind of one of those things. Well, I think we're all sort of like that. Once you know something, you can't unknow it.
Yeah.
and I'm such a, like, I had my name researched once, and who knows how bogus it is, but what came out of it was Helper of Mankind. Oh. And I had this done when I was 18, and I was so disappointed. I was like, that is so boring. How is that interesting? That's not sexy. That's more, I want something like really cool. I want to like climb mountains and do amazing things. So I really pushed that away for a long time. But it's really who I am. I can't live my life unless I'm doing things that are going to help people. So I have to share. And it was such an easy transition to make, because when I saw the beautiful in-depth program you had for practitioners, I think I signed up the same day I read that email, because this is my life mission and work now. And it's so aligned with who I am and how I live my life now. Because education, I'm just a big educator. I just teach. I get accused from my clients that I'm just a big teacher. I just always am teaching something.
Yeah, you and me both. That's my archetype. When I did that, I was like, oh, that's not so sexy. Like, a teacher, really? But in the reality is, and what does doctor really mean? Teacher, right? So whether you're a doctor or a health coach or practitioner, it's still that same genre of doctor, of teacher, of guidance. And that's what I think Western medicine is big time missing. And you've been behind the scenes and you probably account for that, is that teaching part. They're all about doing. How do you do it? And yeah, in ER, you have to sew people up and you have to do those sorts of things. But for chronic situations, for chronic debilitating illnesses like what you were dealing with and like what people here that are listening in today are dealing with, Western medicine doesn't have the tools, because they're all about doing something. Here, take this. Here, let me cut that out. As opposed to educating on really the care and feeding of the human body, which is what we really want to be doing. Then identifying what are those specifics for each individual person that's going to move the needle the most.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I actually, it reminds me, I used to teach nursing too. And just getting that younger generation, no offense to anybody who's younger on the call, but because of technology and the culture we're in, we don't learn how to communicate. That was probably the biggest thing I spent because I see it as so valuable.
Yes.
That connection with people, if nothing else, even if you don't teach, that connection with people is so important. Absolutely. When it comes to health. Because it's not just about what are the steps I have to do to do it. I loved what Jane said in her talk was about, you can't do it alone. You need to have a coach. I need to have a coach on my health. I should never be doing it on. I'm too immersed in it see what I really need to do. So, yeah. So having a coach, I think, is just so valuable.
So what have you seen in doing your own blood sugar work with people? I know you have a little program that you do that you take a group of people through. So what kind of results do you see, and what ahas do you see in people as they go through and realize they actually do have a blood sugar problem?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I remember you saying in the past that about 95% of your client population over the years has a blood sugar issue. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's still the number that you would say. Yeah. And in my practice, I would say it's 100%.
Oh, there you go.
Absolutely everybody. In fact, I'm just sort of doing debrief calls with my clients that just went through a group program and getting them to give me their blood work, because that's where I really love to dig into. And I was like, okay, so your doctor's going to tell you don't have a blood sugar issue, but let's look. And her blood sugars were actually lower, but she did have some lipid issues and cholesterol issues. And so I was like, you have to look at the whole picture. Not one number tells you everything. And all of my clients were just thrilled. I had a type 2 diabetic who started with a little free ditch the junk sort of challenge that I did, and then did a 3-month program with me and lost well over 20 pounds. Was able to drop her medication in half, and was having blood sugars. Are you ready for this? Well, we'll have to calculate this quickly in our minds, but because I'm in Canada and so the numbers are different. But she dropped some of her blood sugars into the 4s.
Oh, 4s are good.
Whereas before,
80s or 70s even, right?
Multiply by 18. Who can multiply by 18 really quickly?
You can look up the
70s
order chart that we have. Yeah. So
yeah, that would be in the 70s.
70. Cool.
She's never seen numbers that low ever.
No.
It's changed her life.
Yeah.
I mean, to lose 20-some pounds in 3 months.
Yeah.
And to get your energy back and your brain back, and to get off medication. All of those medications that people take deplete nutrients. They create more imbalance.
Right. Just the liver.
So it's life-changing for her. She's written a different story for her future, having done that. So I'm like, it makes me tear up. I love my clients. I get really connected. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's diabetes, right? And I know diabetes.
Yeah.
But what about some of the people, like, was somebody who was surprised to find that they have, I have a blood sugar problem? Because you said 100%. That
100% of my clients have blood sugar problems. Yes, and none of them believe it. I always get people say, so I'm like, so get your blood work and we'll go over it. And they're like, oh yeah, I got my blood work, it's normal. I'm like, that's really good, your doctor said it normal. Please send it to me anyways. We're going to go through it. And we always find, I've not found one that doesn't have a blood sugar issue. And it's that looking at the fasting, the insulin levels, and all of the pieces that play into it. And they are amazed. But I think the thing that amazes people the most, and you probably hear this too, Dr. Ritamarie, is that we hear so often that we're supposed to be eating small, frequent meals.
Yeah.
And we hear it from some big players still.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that changes people's life the most. First of all, you save money.
It's true.
We're in a recession where I live, so money's kind of really tight for everybody. I don't have to worry about food and packing stuff all the time. So there's some emotional freedom around getting rid of that. And the brain fog. I think people are most amazed. People often come for weight loss, and they're more impressed with getting their brain back than they are about the weight that comes off.
You find that people,
because we want to thrive.
Yeah, we want that. We want to be able to go through. I think that what people don't realize is how bad the brain fog is until it goes away.
Yeah.
Because that was my experience anyway. I don't know if you've seen that, but my experience was, it was like, I called it brain fog. I didn't realize how bad it was until it went away. And then I was, still in the up and down phase and the up and back one. And I'm like, I used to feel like this every day. Oh my God, I can't believe it. It's such a difference. It's just rewarding to be able to think.
Yeah. Like I have my physical body and I want it to look, I don't need to look like a model, but I want it to look decent.
Yeah.
But what absolutely changed my life and my clients is getting your brain back, because we want to do good. We want to have good relationships. We want to have good connections. We want to be able to do our jobs well. We want to be able to manage our kids well, which goes away when you feel like crap every day. And your brain doesn't work, right?
Exactly.
Very, very, very freeing.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. We share one thing like that. I think you already did, but I'll ask it to you anyway. One thing for people to walk away with about blood sugar.
Yeah. And it is about the snacking. Yeah. And it's one of the first things that I tell people, not that I want people to throw their snacks away today just because I said that, because if your blood sugars aren't balanced, that becomes really hard. You end up looking like Danny DeVito in those horrible commercials and being hangry. But if you're not hungry, don't think you have to just eat. Yeah. And that's what I used to do. Oh, I'm supposed to eat every 3 hours. So I would eat even though I wasn't hungry, which was making it worse. Yeah. So starting to think and being aware, am I actually hungry? Or can I give up this snack or push it back a bit? Because that's where your energy is going to come, is when you work on that. Partly, right? I mean, there's so much.
There's a lot
more to it.
There's
a lot to it.
Through it. So, and I'm so happy to say, it's so great when I put out these group programs and get to know a lot of the people in it, but some people are quiet bystanders like you are, and I don't really know the impact that the program's having. So when I come back and hear, it's just so rewarding that so many people are getting benefit from the work that we're doing. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate your coming back as an ERC coach again this year. I think it's really exciting, and really happy to have you here. Thank you.
Yay. I think one of the things that I always say to my clients is, I don't have it in a tagline, but I should. It's become addicted to feeling good.
Yes.
But you can't become addicted to feeling good unless you know what feeling good actually feels like.
Absolutely.
And then when you have it, hang on to it.
Exactly. Don't give it up. And that's where connecting, like all the stuff that Jane was talking about and I mentioned earlier, connecting to what's most important. And people say, well, what is most important to you? For me, it's feeling good. It's just feeling good and clear and energetic, and to be able to connect with people no matter what, even if I haven't had enough sleep the night before, even if I have, something stressful happening in my life, that I can still have that and feel good. And that's what drives me not to go for the Mars bars and the M&Ms and the ice cream and the things I used to love back in the day, because the result that I get from those is not the result that I want the most. So
yeah. And I'm just as human as everybody else. So I've had my moments. I know, Dr. Ritamarie, you're pretty hardcore. I've had my moments, and it reminds me. And my clients say to you, oh, I totally went out and ate all of this stuff I'm not supposed to, but boy, now I know why.
Now I know why I stay away.
Why I shouldn't. I've got the consequences now. But they're not as bad as they were before, right? Like, you can get out of it.
Yes. Absolutely. And I get that, and I'm not as perfect as, you think I'm perfect. No, I don't go out and eat the crap.
No,
I'm completely over that. But there are times when, those nice, raw chocolates that I made, and I should have one a day, and I'm having 4 or 5 of them and going, oh, I'll just have one more. I'll just have one more. And, it's instead of stopping and saying, okay, what am I not dealing with right now? Right. Usually it's because I need to go to bed and I can't because I have work to do. And I'm just reward myself for staying up late and getting work done. We all have that. It's not ever going to go completely away. Right. But it's all about loving yourself anyway, and picking yourself up and going forward instead of going back into despair. So,
being okay with being human.
We're all human. Right. But not using that as an excuse, right? Not using it as an excuse.
No, but not like getting rid of the guilt.
Yes.
The guilt,
Absolutely.
the negative around it. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you so very much for being here and for sharing, and appreciate it. And we'll go into more
Oh,
of that.
you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Sorry. Like I said, it's an absolute honor and pleasure. I think this is a message that needs to be spread so much. So I love that you're doing it. I love to be a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do and for spreading it to the Western medicine people, the nurses, and all that you still have access to that you can influence and help us to really shift this around from a medical disease management system into a true healthcare system.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be amazing?
It's going to be. And we're
awesome.
We're all the pioneers. Thank you. Thank you very much. This was Shonda.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye. All right. So where are we? Let me go check our time and our schedule. I think we're really, really doing well. 1:49, and we were supposed to finish Wednesday. Okay, so we're ready for a break. Yay. So we are going to have a break. I'm going to put it on. We're going to have a 15-minute break. So we're just 5 minutes off of track, and that's really awesome. Yay. So we're going to take a break. I'm going to get a chance to look through and scan some of the things you've written in the chat. And we'll be back at 2:05. And at 2:05, I'm going to talk about food religions, nutrient imbalances, and FODMAPs. And I'm going to share with you a couple of the gifts that I have for you that are going to be on the page. And so we're going to put a section on your gift page that will have a picture of each of the practitioners and a link to whatever gift they have for you, because some of them have gifts for you that I want to share, or their website, or both. So thank you very much. Have a great break. I'm going to try this. This is the first time I've tried this. I'm going to put on a little video music thing. And I had this really cool seascape music. I'm going to put that on. It'll go for 15 minutes. And when it stops, you know to come back. Bye. See you in a bit. Everybody, welcome back. Let me get a little nod of affirmation that you all are seeing me again. I see awesome, lots of you here. Let's see, there's the chat. I love it. Pauline said, I could so relate to Shonda. I was in that same place. Extreme fatigue and brain fog, depression compounded by caring for a sick husband, anxiety attacks. And I had to stop working. Nobody had the answers. Now with Dr. Ritamarie and her practitioner coaches, healing is a reality. Yay, Pauline. So great. There's so many great questions. Kelly, the morning session was great. Please share the link to register. Yeah, so I'm going to mention this. So we're having a contest, a raffle. And there's two actually ways to win. So one is we're going to have a contest, so to speak. So that's one way to win. And then we're just going to have a random drawing. So there's two ways to win prize. And we'll do one today and one tomorrow, and we'll do it at the end. And you have to be present to win. So, well, actually with the Facebook one, you may not have to be present to win, but with the other one you do. So the contest is to go post, and let me read exactly what instructions we have written down here that my team gave me. And I'll make sure that that you understand it. So there's two things. So the Facebook share contest. So if you use the hashtag #HormoneHarmony, and you create a post with our registration link, which is drritamarie.com/go/hormoneharmony. And we'll put this into the chat so you can read it. And then comment or share our Hormone Harmony Facebook post with your aha moments and the hashtag #HormoneHarmony. That's another chance to win. Okay. And then love our on, put little hearts loving our post. So you share our post, you can do the love little heart thing, and then you can go ahead and create your own post with the link in it. And my team is going to be going through and reading and calculating that and picking the winner at the end of today, and then another one at the end of tomorrow. Now, the thing you're going to win is we have recorded our Spring into Vitality events, and we have them in the spring of every year. And the two that have been like really hot lately of last year's and this year's, last year's was on assessments and becoming your own health detective. And it's basically, you'll get all the recordings and all the handouts and everything from that. Normally you sell them for a couple $100, and you can have that absolutely for free if you win the prize. So that's the Facebook share contest. And then one day you'll get the 2016 ones, one the 2017. But if you decide you want, whichever one you win, you can get the other. I don't care. It doesn't matter. We'll just, let us know. So that's what you're going to get. And we'll announce the winners at the end of the day. But the other is a random contest. And we're just going to go through the random. There's 1,600 people signed up, and we're going to go through that. And if you're on, you'll get it. If not, we'll just keep going through and picking people until we get the people that are on. So actually, hopefully you can just do it with the people that are on. That would be good. If you just look at the list of people who are still on. I don't know if you can, but anyway, they'll pick somebody, and we're going to give you as a very special bonus for that is we have a series of classes that we did, and I did it with Karen Osborne, who you're going to hear from next. And she basically, and I and another friend of ours, Pamela, were doing these live food classes, and we recorded all of them. So you get a collection. Some of them are on Mexican food, where you learn to make tamales, and there's Thai food, and there's cheeses and non-dairy cheeses and non-gluten bread substitutes, and it's all made with whole living raw foods, all organic and all. And you're going to get that complete collection of 14 as a result of winning, and we'll do that for each day. So we'll have the random drawing, and you can only win once. So, all right. So thank you for that. So, so far I'm seeing a lot of comments. I didn't have a chance to read all the comments over the break because I was getting ready for our coaching. So one of the things that we're going to do is that we're going to go ahead and have one person has been picked, and I believe she's on the call, Wendy. So hopefully one of my team members has contacted you. But here's the thing, Wendy, go ahead, and it's Wendy. What's her last name again? I'll have it printed out right here, and it's Wendy Sanders. So Wendy, go ahead and put your hand up, and you'll see when you look at yourself on the screen in front of you, there should be a way that says request to speak. And then at that time, I will see that, and I'll open up your line, and you can speak. And what I would say is make sure that you have a speaker on your phone, on your computer, a microphone on your computer so that we can actually do this. If you don't, then my team will they'll private message you, and they'll give you the phone number where you can dial in and we can do it, and everybody will still be able to hear. We'll just do it on our Zoom account. Okay, that's that. Let me look at my other notes. The raffle I talked about the coaching. And the next thing I'm going to do is give you a little presentation on FODMAPs and FODMAPs and food religions and nutrient assessment, and show you a couple of other of the wonderful bonuses that we have on that page for you. So let me go ahead and share my screen, find my presentation, and I need to share it over here. New share would be my PowerPoint presentation. Share screen, and this one I'm going to share. Share screen. This one. Okay, good. All right, so we've got that going. Let me make sure I've unmuted myself on the audio backup. All right. So we took a nice break. We did a nice centering. We talked about the importance of really looking at the emotional and energetic box, not just the nutritional pieces. We've looked at the 7 pillars. We've talked about blood sugar. And now we're going to talk about the concept of food religions. And this is a pet peeve of mine, because what I see a lot is the latest and the greatest fad new diet, and everybody wants to try it. And then they go, well, it didn't work. It's not a good diet. Well, we've got to customize. We've got to take bits and pieces of those diets to help us to customize it to what we really need. And that's what this is all about. I'm a big anti-dogma person, whether it comes to dogma being part of religions or food religions or political dogma or anything dogma. And dogma to me means when you take a belief and you narrowly focus on just that belief as being the truth for everybody, the universal truth. That's what I consider dogma. And dogma, when taken to an extreme, can become cultism. And I see that happen. We see that happen all the time in religious things, where there's these cults and then there's mass murders, and it's horrible. But what happens in food is that somebody says, well, I'm doing macrobiotics, and they do it like to the letter, and they're not going to deviate from it because they think it has to be done exactly the way they say. Or raw food, I cannot eat a morsel of cooked food, even if my choice is, a raw pumpkin pie loaded with raw honey versus a plate of broccoli that's been lightly steamed. So we want to get away from dogma when it comes to diet, and we want to see what's the best possible combination of whole, fresh foods that works best for my body right now. And that will change during your healing phases. So you may have to eliminate a lot of foods when you're in the early stages of healing. And that's okay. You can do that. But you want to make sure that you're knowing that these diets are not lifelong. And when you do follow some of these diets lifelong, it can actually be damaging. So here's what I look at as the food religions. And, so it's got that sign is similar. It's like, which one do I choose? Well, what if you could choose a little bit of this and a little bit of that based on what works for you at the time? We've got macrobiotics, and strict macrobiotics. You're eating 60 to 80% of your food as brown rice. Not real balanced for most people, especially if they have blood sugar issues. Ayurvedic is really well balanced in the terms of they have these what they call doshas, and you get to do a quiz and figure out which is your top dosha. But the truth of the matter is we all have bits and pieces of all those doshas. So if you just stick to a vata or a pitta or a kapha diet, then you're missing some of the nuances that define you as who you are. And a real good explanation of what really turned me off a little bit about that dogmatic approach to it was years ago, it's probably 10 years ago, I was attending an herbal medicine 6-day conference. And every morning I would get up early and I would go out for a run before we got started. I'd run 6 miles and I'd go and do the thing. And then as we were doing food and we had a communal kitchen, we were food prepping, I'm eating mostly raw foods. I'm eating, chia seeds, and I'm eating fruits and veggies and mostly raw foods. And someone came up to me who was clearly overweight, and had mentioned quite a number of times about her health struggles, said to me, you shouldn't be eating that way because you're a Vata type and you need warming foods. And I looked at her and I said, well, it works for me. I've created my diet to work for me. I'm getting up every morning full of energy at 6 o'clock, running 6 miles, then doing this whole thing full of energy, brain clarity, no health challenges. This is working for me. But she was taking it as this absolute, no, Vadas should never eat raw foods. And that's where dogma gets in, and that's where we treat it as religion, and it doesn't work. I mean, there's paleo, and paleo, modern paleo compared to what true paleo is not really the same. Like Paleolithic people didn't eat coconut pancakes. They didn't eat, jerky made from salmon or whatever. But the paleo concepts have a lot of great concepts to it. They have you avoid a lot of the foods that are definitely causing us a problem and eat only organic and pastured meat. But Paleolithic people didn't eat meat all day, every day. And some of the people taking paleo take it to that extreme of, I have to do paleo, have to, eat all this meat, and they're extracting the fat out of meat and having people eat pork and pork fat and beef fat and all that. So there's definite positives to all of these. And there's downsides too. Weston Price, I've heard people on that say, oh yeah, the animal fat, that's the most important thing. You've got to get plenty of animal fat, and the vegetables are just a carrier for the animal fat. Missing the boat, okay? Missing the boat. And the spokespeople for some of these food religions, who are the most dogmatic and the most my way or the highway, are actually not looking all that good. And why is my screen not forwarding? You're not seeing my slide. Yeah, okay. Let me shift. See if it's sorry. It looks like my window got messed up. Okay, so here it is. What I said, and I don't have to repeat it. It's just we're talking about each of these major food religions, and there's good stuff in each one. And I love. There's this T-shirt I bought ages ago, and it was from a UU church, United Universalist Unitarian, and it's all about like pulling all the best of all religions together so everybody can have their own belief systems. There's no dogma associated with it. So I loved it. But there was one that was a quote from Gandhi that said, every religion has a piece of the truth. And every food religion has a piece of the truth. And I'm not talking standard American diet, but every food religion has a piece of the truth. And it may be more or less of the truth for you based on where you're at in the cycle. So Weston Price, low carb, low glycemic, ketogenic. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of people who are taking ketogenic diets and doing them like long term. And ketogenic is a therapeutic diet. It's a high fat, very low carb, moderate protein diet that's intended to stabilize the brain. And it does wonderfully in conditions like multiple sclerosis and seizure disorders. But long term, it can create imbalances because you may not be getting enough veggies. And you can design a ketogenic diet that focuses more on getting a lot of the high nutrient dense plant foods. But low carb, low glycemic type diets work beautifully for a lot of folks. We just talked about the blood sugar balance. While you're getting your blood sugar in balance, you may have to go on an extreme low carb diet. And then it's a matter of finding the balance that works for you and being able to test. And one of the things we didn't mention when we talked to Shonda about testing, she was looking at labs, but there's an empowering test you can do at home, which is pricking your finger and figuring out your blood sugar. And people say, oh, I don't want to prick my finger, but it's the most empowering and addictive thing you'd ever learn to do. And the people who've been in our program are doing that on our Sweet Spot Solution program and our Energy Recharge year-long program. And that's the program that in the infancy stage, my first iteration of it that Shonda went through. And we get amazing stuff. And I'm going to read to you a couple of things that Wendy wrote on her form that is how well she did in that Sweet Spot program. So a lot of people don't even realize it. They're just not getting anywhere with their stuff. And when we actually take them and start measuring blood sugar and shifting that blood sugar, all the difference in the world. We've got plant-centered diets, which is mostly plants with a little bit of meat, mostly, organic and well-grown. Vegetarian, which includes eggs and milk, and then vegan and raw vegan diets. And there's times for all of those. I think if somebody's going to be doing specific type of diet, they have to look at what's their situation and what's their need. Then we have people who do a raw omnivorous diet where they only eat raw foods. They eat meats and fish and all that raw as well. Again, there's good pieces of all of this, and it's a matter of working with yourself and research and also with a practitioner to help you, or joining a group and programs, which is why I'm so passionate about doing our group programs. Avoidance of particular chemical constituents, and that's where you might be sensitive to oxalates or phenols or histamines or other things in those foods, and you need to avoid them usually for a while. Now, some of these are very genetically oriented and that it's really hard to go back and start eating more oxalates, for example. But a lot of times it's because there's a leaky gut and these constituents have gotten into the bloodstream. And then we have hypoallergenic and elimination diets. And that's where you're looking at food sensitivities. I also look at elimination diets as eliminating the foods that we suspect are injurious to you for a while, not just that you're allergic to. And a lot of people want to know what allergy tests I like. I don't actually, because I know that we get a lot of false negatives and a lot of false positives. And something may show up as okay on an allergy test, but it's got chemical constituents that your body's not handling real well. For example, it may be you're perfectly fine with bananas, but they're a high histamine food and you react poorly to them. So it just gives us confusing information. So I don't do them all that often. We want to help you to learn what you need to learn about these diets to be able to pick and choose. And you don't have to learn all these diets. What you need to do is look at what's the plethora of whole foods that are healthy for us, whole natural foods, organically raised, minimal pesticides, minimal GMOs, no GMOs. And then within that group, what is it that works best for you? And it may be that at certain times of the month for women, different foods work better. It may be that for certain times of the year, based on the seasons and the weather. Maybe in the summertime, you eat differently in the winter. When you travel, there's a lot of things that play in. So I caution you against finding a particular food religion and adhering to it as if you're going to go to hell when you die if you don't follow it to a T. No. And also avoid the thing where people say, well, you told me that kale is really good food and I've been eating it every day, but every time I eat kale, my stomach blows up and I hurt and I get bloated, but I'm still eating it because you told me it was good for me. No, I told you theoretically it's good for you. And the theory and the practical are two different things. So I want you to find the diet that works best for you and that you're eating not from an emotional place, but from a nourishment place. It's so, so super important. And one of the things that people get into when they adhere to a specific diet at all costs is they end up with a lot of nutrient imbalances depending on which diet and what they're doing. So for example, somebody does go on a ketogenic diet, like a super strict high fat diet. They may be missing a lot of the micronutrients and the antioxidants that are in the fresh veggies because they're taking it to the extreme and not including as many of the fresh veggies as they can. And there are variations on ketogenic diets that work much better to replenish nutrient insufficiencies. One of them was put together by Dr. Terry Walls, and she healed herself of multiple sclerosis, extreme multiple sclerosis, by using the basis of a ketogenic diet and then adapting it to the rainbow of amazing foods. But you really need to know what is going on for you when in terms of nutrients. And there's no one great test to test for all your nutrients. And there are some that are pretty good and they test functionally. And they're $600-700. So if you have that kind of money, great, let's do it. But if you don't, let's see what you can do that's cheap and easy, pen and pencil type stuff that I can help you to identify which nutrients might be out of balance. All right. That just measuring nutrients in the blood doesn't work because for some it does. Vitamin A, vitamin D, those are real good. What else is good in the blood? Probably potassium is a good indicator. But when you look at B12, for example, that doesn't tell you what functionally that vitamin's doing. B6, those are the numbers that are in the blood that's not telling you functionally how they're doing. And a lot of the testing, the ones that are $600 or $700, tend to test more functionally. And that's what you want to do. But in the meantime, I've given you a gift, and this is going to be on the gift page that I shared with you earlier. And it's already there, actually. So once we give you that link, you'll be able to access this. And I'll give you that link after, right after Lynn speaks, right before we do the spotlight coaching. I'm going to give you that link. So guys on my team, please have that link ready to that page. And then we'll add the bonuses and stuff from the speakers as well. Know that when you get to that page, and I hesitate to give it out before the end because it basically has placeholders for the videos. So you're going to not have the video there until a few hours later when we can actually download it and upload it. But you'll at least have that page. So the nutrient status is a series of questions, and it's divided by nutrient, all the vitamins, all the minerals, the fats, and the proteins, and you get to answer questions. And then at the end of that, it teaches you how to score it, and you can put it on a nutrient scorecard. So you can get a score for the essential fats, the amino acids, vitamin A, B vitamins, and it goes on. Okay. And then you have to do the calculation. The max score is listed here, your score, and then you can figure out your percentage of score. And then, you know, whichever the higher percentage is your highest priority. And then it goes down here and tells you if you're 0 to 10% overall good balance, just keep up good, healthy habits. If you're between 11 and 25, you're needing to restore some balance there. There's some indication of some nutrient imbalance. And what you can do is pick the ones that have the highest scores. And number one, start looking up online. WH Foods is a really good place to look up, whfoods.com, and look up those nutrients and see what are your best, healthiest whole food sources of those nutrients. And in the meantime, if it's very severe, if it's yellow or red, I would be recommending that you supplement with that for a while. Either you use concentrated whole food supplements or some other kinds of supplements. And the last thing I want to talk about before I turn this over to Karen to talk about bone health is what's called FODMAPs. And I'm sure you've heard of it. A lot of people are talking about it. There's groups online talking about it. SIBO Summit talked about it. People talked about it. These are particular foods fit into these categories: fermentable oligosaccharides, disaccharides, monosaccharides, and polyols. And you may say, what the heck does that mean? They're basically short chain carbohydrates. Usually, like if it's a starch bread or something like that, huge length carbohydrates. These are short chain carbohydrates. And they're incompletely absorbed in the digestive tract, which means that if you have an out of balance digestive tract, they're easily fermented by those out of balance gut bacteria. Now, they're fermented by the good bacteria too, but the good gut bacteria will then produce short chain fatty acids from them, which support the health of the lining. But if you're out of balance in your gut, then you're going to have a problem with this. So one indirect measure of do you have an imbalance in your gut flora is, are you having problems with some of these high FODMAP foods? And I'll show you a sample of that. And you have that on your page. I've given you this amazing chart that I put together. So you're getting a lot of amazing resources here in this program. And I really hope you appreciate all that, because a lot of work goes into making those. And I put my heart and soul into them. What they do is they exert what's called an osmotic effect that increases the movement of fluid into the bowel, which can cause diarrhea. So if you eat any of these foods that are high in FODMAPs and more than one or two, it's probably not an allergy to it. It's probably an issue with FODMAPs. And the symptoms of IBS often come from FODMAP and sensitivity. Now, here's the thing. This is not a diet for life. This is not foods you want to eliminate forever. It's the idea is to eliminate them short term. So the chart that I've given you looks like this, but it has a section for each of the types of foods: vegetables, fruits, nuts and seeds, spices and condiments, it's meats, etc. So there's the specific carbohydrate legal. And when you're going on a diet to help heal the gut, especially if you have SIBO symptoms, a small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, what you want to do is avoid or stick to the specific carbohydrate and the FODMAP group list. So that's why I've combined this. If you're just trying to avoid FODMAPs, then you can actually look at this. But we're only giving you the FODMAP foods here that are specifically low in specific carbohydrate. So you basically would look at this, and anything in green is legal unless you have some other reason that you're sensitive to it, whether it's histamine, sulfur, etc. And then the FODMAP foods, this is low FODMAP, the green. The yellow is medium. The other one is high, but they're still within their okay on specific carbohydrate. And then the red is just avoid them. They're bad for both. And especially if you're healing SIBO or other gut things, irritable bowel, etc. So you've got, this is like an 18-page document that is going to be on your gift page. And I give you the directions on the next slide on what to do. So you want to eliminate the high FODMAP foods. Those are the ones here in the red. Okay. Well, actually, I have you eliminate most of them. I'd eliminate both the yellow and the moderate, but you can start with just the high and see if you get better. If you don't, then you'll have to eliminate the moderate. No big deal. Make it easy. Slowly add one food a day and then see how you react to it. If you react, you have to wait for it to subside before testing again. And this note thing that's in the golden box is actually from that handout that I gave you. So I actually have you, this is my direction specifically, is start by only eating the foods in the green column. If you're improved after a couple of weeks, then you can experiment with adding back the foods from the yellow column one at a time. If you continue to improve, then you can add the orange foods back. If there's a number next to the food, in some cases, it just means how much of that food makes it. So like here, tomato is a low FODMAP if it's just 2 tablespoons or 15 grams, all right? Jerusalem artichoke, it's one Jerusalem artichoke or 84 grams. So it'll give you the dosage, so to speak, in some of them, okay? And then with the red ones, I just wouldn't have you start to test those until you completely heal. So this is meant for short-term use from 2 to 4 weeks. Or it could be up to 3 months, but really I like to see 2 to 4 weeks. It depends on how severe you are, but not going on for years. I have people come in and say, I've been following this FODMAP diet for 3 years. And then you create other imbalances. It's not a good idea. All right. So that's that. So here's the list. This is what your page is going to look like. And up above this is the day 1 video replay. Here's the day 2. And then these are the special gifts. So I've got the vitamin mineral scorecard, but then also vitamin density food chart. So actually you don't have to go look them up yourself. For many of them, I've got them there. For others, not necessarily for all of them. And then the, I have this amazing food swap list. So as you're pulling out some of these foods, because they're not considered good for you, what can you swap back in as a good, better, best? I've also got the mineral density food charts. So I have vitamin and mineral density food charts. And then we'll talk about the rest of these later. Oh, and the diet for SIBO. So the last one we'll do at the end of today, at the end of tomorrow, the Unstoppable Health Roadmap. And we'll teach you how to fill that in to create your plan moving forward. So is everybody doing good? Good. All right. Yes, you're going to get all those charts. You'll get all those charts. This is the page you're going to get a link to shortly once they get it together. And then once we have the replays, we'll put them on the page. And a lot of people always ask me about getting my slides. So if you also will respond to an email we'll send out afterwards that will have a basically it'll have a place that you can do a survey and tell us how we did with this and tell us what you liked and what you didn't. Then we'll send you a link to also to the slides, and we'll give you permanent access to this page. Whereas for everybody that joins the list that comes to the event, they will get access to it just for a short period of time. So anyway, we're going to give you some special stuff if you give us feedback, because it helps me to know what people are really wanting. And that's how I put these things together, is based on your feedback. All right, so that's that. And what? All right, yeah, so next after Karen is going to be coaching. So I am going to switch the screen share so that we can see Karen, and then Karen's going to share her own screen and share screen. And then I'm going to, yeah, so let me just undo this. Sorry. Okay, so let me do share screen, and I'm going to share this one. And then Karen, go ahead and open up your mic in line. There she is. Hi, Karen.
Hi.
I want to introduce you to Karen Osborne. I've known Karen longer than probably anybody in this community because we've known each other probably 15 or 20 years. It's been a long time. And like I said earlier, she came to see me as a patient, to try to help her with her own health issues, which she was able to overcome. And she decided that she was going to change her career. She's an amazing musician and was teaching music at the time and raising 2 kids and homeschooling them. And now she's an amazing coach and yoga instructor and chef. And she's dedicating her life to helping others. So thank you for being here, Karen.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. It's almost frozen. So what I want to do is ask Karen a question, and then she's going to show you a slide presentation and explain to you some of that stuff. But I want her to share with you why she's gotten so passionate about this whole concept of bone health. You want to share with people?
Sure. After I met, can I do anything about?
Can you what?
Can I go? Or is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk.
Okay. So after I met Ritamarie, I experienced what good health could be. And really, maybe I'm a control freak because I like to have control of my own health. I don't, doctors didn't serve me. And that's, people come to this, they're not really aware of what else there is. I've had a lot of family members in nursing homes, and I've actually worked in a couple of them, and I've seen what they feed them and what their quality of life is, and it's different depending on what they do, but not in anything that I want my family to be in. I want to be in, so I thought I wanted to open a place for people where they could be fed good quality of life. And then I thought, well, why not just try to keep people out of those places? Mm-hmm. So that's focusing on. And one way to do it is keep your bones strong. You suffer a fracture, then you might be in a wheelchair or a bed and to another, and if you get osteoporosis and the doc and the drugs, then that messes with your digestion, and then you can't do that you need for your bones, and it just leads to all kinds of other. So the best thing is prevention, but it really is possible to reverse bone loss.
And that's what I love about all the research. She is a control freak, so she's done so much research and, really looked at the concept of how do you do this with whole foods and how do you put them together in such a way. And she even calculates down, her every day, her certain amount of this and certain amount of that to make sure that she's getting the nutrients she needs. So I would love for you to share some of that with everybody if you're ready and willing.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Should I just go ahead and start
Go ahead and start your
slideshow?
And then I'll take myself, I'll minimize myself, I'll maximize you. There we go. And then I'll take me away to help with the. So Karen's going to do a presentation here that she put together, and she actually did the full-length version of this presentation for us at Spring Into Vitality, which is our conference. And if you're one of the lucky winners who wins those, you'll get to see the full-length presentation and the demonstration that she did during that. She's frozen, so I'm hoping. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like her internet's lagging. Karen, are you still there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We all tested this last night. You can hear me perfectly, but not Karen. Okay, she just got bumped out. So while she's waiting to come in, I am going to, first of all, I'm going to announce, I did announce that. Let me just see what I had next coming up. There, she's back. Okay, good. Yay. All right, we can't hear you though, Karen. So see what you can do for hearing. There. Oh, I think I got you.
I see the slide. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, go for it. You're on. Can you? Karen? All right, let me see if I can get her back. I'm going to get mine off. Okay, there she is. I'm going to give her max. Okay, try now, Karen. Sorry about this, guys. That's what happens with technology. May have a bandwidth problem. Yeah, so see if you have any other windows open. That's a good point. Whoops, she's gone. We tested this last night because she was concerned about, not knowing how to do it. And we tested her last night and we went through it and we got it working. So maybe there's, it was because everybody else in her area was sleeping and I don't know, she has her own internet, so I don't know. There she is.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Can hear you,
oh,
yeah.
Good. Okay. Good. All right. So recipes for bone health and reducing risk of fracture. So the recipe is not just about food. So I'm going to talk about food and lifestyle. I want to start with how the bone, well, actually, there's a whole bunch of statistics. I'm not going to go through all of them, but one that just really, actually two that really stand out are that men over 50 are more likely to suffer a hip fracture than prostate cancer, and that women's risk is equal to the combined risk of breast, uterine, and ovarian cancer. So it's a big deal, the fracture. Like once you have a fracture, you might end up, that you could be very healthy and then having a fracture and really reduce your quality of life. So
go back to that one more time, though.
I just wanted to go over how the bone works and show how easy it is to prevent fracture without the drugs.
I'm going to just step in there, Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You skipped over one statistic there that I think was super important, that women were more likely or just as likely to die from a hip fracture as they were from cancer. And that's a big thing for people to realize if you're not taking this seriously as far as preventing your bones from getting porosis. Women are as likely to die after a hip fracture as they are from breast cancer. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that I emphasize that. So this is super important stuff for men and women, obviously. Thank you.
Right. And so so people don't get a fracture from having osteoporosis. They get a fracture from falling. Whether you have osteoporosis or not, thinning bones or not, if you fall, you can get a fracture. Mm-hmm. So we're going to talk about in a little while how to avoid falling. But what is osteoporosis? It's porous bone. It's a disease characterized by low bone mass and structural deterioration of bone tissue, leading to bone fragility and an increased susceptibility to fractures. And then there's osteopenia, which is just your bones are thinning on their way to osteoporosis. So let's see, let's just look at, I know people in my family, like, we're not all doomed to osteoporosis, mm-hmm. But my grandmother lived to be almost 103 and my other grandmother lived to be 90. They were, didn't have osteoporosis, suffered falls, didn't break bones. But let's just look at this. Bone is living tissue and it's constantly being built up and then eaten away. So until you're age 35, around 35, you're building up bone faster than it's being reabsorbed. And then after age about 35, you start losing bone faster than you're creating bone. And then it kind of levels off around age 60 or 65. But doctors diagnose osteopenia and osteoporosis by comparing your bone density to that of an average healthy 25 or 30-year-old. So, of course, your bone density is going to be different than a 25 or 30-year-old. But they tell you, like, if you fall between 1 and 2.5 standard deviations below the mean, you have osteopenia. And then if you fall more than 2.5 standard deviations below the mean, you have osteoporosis. And they scare you with those numbers, and they scare you into taking the drugs. Actually, prevention is the best and easiest thing, so it's best to start building as much bone mass before you're 30, so that as you lose it, it takes longer to drop further from the mean. But reversal is possible. So bone is living tissue, and it has two components. It has a protein matrix that's secreted by the osteocytes, or the bone cells. And then it has the mineral elements that become lodged within that matrix. And most of that's calcium and phosphate with smaller amounts of other minerals. And then the minerals, calcium and phosphate, form a crystal-like structure called hydroxyapatite. And the hydroxyapatite crystals function in bone like metal reinforcement bars in concrete. So this is what the bone looks like. It has two parts. On the outside, there's that compact or cortical bone that forms the hard shell. And then in the middle, there's that spongy bone, the trabecular bone, and that lies deep within. So the strength of each part varies with the proportions of the two main components, the protein and the minerals. But there's more variation in that spongy trabecular bone, and it's formed differently in different people depending on how many minerals they absorb. But the angled, Dr. Lauren Fishman calls it struts and lattice work, is like, I have that ladder there just to illustrate, like the closer together they are, so the rungs at the bottom of the ladder are closer together and they'll support more weight than the rungs at the top of the ladder because they're farther apart. So it's the same thing with that lattice work in there. So the more support you have, the better bone quality you have. So my mom has osteoporosis, and I think she has really good bone quality because she's like more than 3 standard deviations below the mean. And recently my dog pulled her way down, hard. She fell on her hip and she didn't break anything, and she's fallen on her wrist and did not break them. So we're going to look at what causes people to, or what you can do to increase your bone quality. Exercise has been shown to improve the production of bone without affecting the rate of breakdown. And some exercises cause bones to remodel and strengthen their structure without changing bone density, but they might be impactful. And what I do is I teach yoga, a non-impactful yoga, which is safe for people with osteoarthritis and arthritis. It's just safe for anyone. So we stress the bones without hurting any of the joints. And this, let's see, here we go. This is an example of what force on a bone can do. So the one on the left is the thigh bone of a baby just born. So at birth, the thigh bone is straight. And then as a toddler learns to walk, the bone angles inward. So that's the second one from the left is a 2 or 3 year old toddler that's learning to walk. And then the next one is the thigh bone of a 5-year-old. So it's just angled more than 60 degrees inward because of the force of walking. So walking is actually really good for us. The last one over there is the straight one is the thigh bone of a 5-year-old paraplegic. So that one's never walked. There's never been force on that bone and looks pretty much like a newborn or worse. And so this is explained by Wolff's law, which is that the architectural strength of a bone develops along the lines of force to which that bone is subjected. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to say he studied, it's an interesting story, but he studied a bunch of vertebrates in the 1800s and figured out that that bones increase just where they need it most. They become stronger. Like if loading on the bone increases, that bone will remodel itself over time to become stronger and resist that kind of loading. So how does this work? There are mechanoreceptors, tiny parts of the cell wall that respond to movement by altering the cell's function. And that's like the tiny hairs that protrude from receptor cells in the ears, and they turn vibrations of air into sounds that we hear. Well, mechanoreceptors react to some movement or a bump against the membrane by sending an impulse to the brain. And osteocytes, or the bone cells, are mechanoreceptors. Studies show that our bones are being bent or twisted. All that, like when we're lifting, when we're carrying anything, or even steering or stooping, whatever we're doing, we're putting pressure on the bones. And when the osteoblasts are stretched or squeezed, they just, like this is the cell, the bone cell. And when the osteocytes get that signal, they, it's like the pressure dents it into an electrical charge that provides energy for chemical transformations of molecules within the cell. So the molecules make it to the nucleus and stimulate the DNA to begin transcription into RNA, and that makes these protein spicules appear. So they protrude from the cell, and they attract calcium and phosphorus, which harden it. So this all happens really quickly. It happens when you hold a yoga pose for as little as 8 to 10 seconds. That's all it takes to start this process. And the process continues for about 72 seconds, but the most benefit you get is holding a pose up to 30 seconds because the minerals are being attracted to the protein spicules. And then it kind of tapers off. So if you want more benefit, you go ahead and stress some other bone and then come back to this bone and do it 30 more seconds. Let's see. The osteoblasts form a lining around the bone and incorporate themselves into it. And they change shape, and they get tendrils that connect to other osteocytes for exchange of nutrients and the products of metabolism. So there's, I think, about 15 cells that are the nutrients go, or about 15 cells are connected to one blood supply. So the nutrients go from the blood supply into the cells and then carry back the waste through those tendrils. Let's see. So yoga is one of the things. Lifestyle. It's an exercise that, like I said, is not impactful. Doesn't have to be, and it stresses your bones, so it builds the bones, and it builds muscle strength. And if you're building your muscles, the muscles also put stress on your bones all the time. You don't even have to think about it. So that's another way that it helps. And then it promotes balance. And as I said before, if you don't fall, you're not going to have a fracture. So let's see. All right, next. Okay, so all three of those are critical for avoiding fractures. And let's see. Other benefits of yoga: no injuries, portable, time-tested, lower blood pressure, increased strength and range of motion, and it promotes independence. So in one study, there's a lot of studies out there, but in one study, there were two groups of postmenopausal women, and one group exercised 60 to 70 minutes 2 times a week for 2 years, only 2 times a week. And the other didn't exercise at all. And both groups were given vitamin D and calcium to make sure that that wasn't a factor in the results. And the bone mineral density didn't change for the ones in the exercise group. And that's only exercising twice a week. If you exercise more than that, it will. But the bone mineral density decreased in the group that did not exercise at all. So the exercise group also reported less pain, had lower cholesterol, and they gained strength. And that's only exercising 2 times a week. And then there's another study I just wanted to show. Lauren Fishman did a study on men and women with osteoporosis and osteopenia, and he ruled out any metabolic conditions that might affect the study. Then he taught these men and women 10 yoga poses designed to safely strengthen the parts of the body most vulnerable to fracture, which is the lumbar and thoracic vertebra and the hip and the thigh. And after 2 years, the yoga group showed an increase of bone mineral density of more than half a point, more than half of the unit on the T-scale in their spines, and almost 1 unit in their hips. So while the people who didn't do yoga lost a little bit. And that, half a point or 1 point doesn't sound like a lot, but if you go back to the T-scale, it is significant because you can bump yourself up. It's only like between 1 and 2.5 standard deviations below the mean. And if you're in osteoporosis, you can bump yourself up on that scale into osteopenia. And if you're in osteopenia, you can bump yourself up to normal. And that's only, so when he measured that, that was 2 years. But if you continue this, you can get even better. Let's see, this one. Oh yeah, so you can see the scale. How little it takes to bump you up. And then this on the left is like the normal curvature of the cervical spine, and then the one on the right has some little micro cracks in it. Could be an osteoporotic bone, but when this happens, those micro cracks cave and the spine rounds, and then the head moves forward. And the head weighs about 10 to 12 pounds on your shoulders. And then the farther forward you get, if you go about an inch forward, for every inch you go forward, you're adding about 10 pounds to the weight on your spine. And that makes it easier. If you get those micro cracks, it makes it even easier for them to cave. So if we think about everything we do, like looking down, looking at our cell phone, typing, whatever, watching your iPad, this guy's head probably weighs about 60 pounds on his spine. But so yoga, we have exercises that teach you to think about, your posture. And those micro cracks that I showed before, there's 2 types of bone cells, the osteoblasts that build up your bone and the osteoclasts that actually digest, like when you have the micro cracks, it'll come in and digest the minerals and the protein from that area. It cleans up that crack and then sends all the nutrients back into your bloodstream so that the osteoblast can use it and repair that place. So this is a process that we need, and the drugs that they try to sell you, actually, a lot of them inhibit the work of the osteoclast. And so then you end up with brittle, it's more dense bone, but it's brittle, and you could just climb into bed and crack a rib or something. I've known somebody who did that. Okay, let's see. This is actually an acid alkaline food chart. So besides exercising and stimulating those bone cells to produce, if you keep yourself alkaline, eat about 75 or 80% from the alkaline side of this list, and then 25 or 30% from the acid side, you're going to actually keep the minerals in your bones, because your bones are made of all these nice alkalizing minerals. And if you are too acidic, your bone needs a certain pH. I mean, your blood needs a certain pH, and it's going to steal those nice alkalizing minerals from your bones. So that keeping yourself acidic or alkaline is one other thing you can do. And then another thing is manage stress, and yoga helps with that too, because if you're stressed, your body tends to become acidic from all the cortisol that's being released into your blood. And let's see. You can get this this food chart. You can download it at Dr. Jaffe's website, which is there on the bottom of the chart.
So
and let's see.
I'll read that out loud for people who may not be watching. So it's www.drrussellee.com/alkaline-food-chart. And it's actually his updated version, because I have the older version, which just doesn't have all the pretty pictures, but it's also, he's shifted. And I know that he does a lot of research in this, and he has a very particular way of measuring. But you will see lots of these alkaline food charts all over the place, and they're not exactly the same. There's a lot of the core is pretty similar. But like Karen said, you're going 75% on the alkaline side. So if you're off by a little, you can test your pH and figure it out, whether it's really working for you. But it's drrussellejaffe.com/alkaline-food-chart. And if you just type in alkaline food chart Jaffe in a Google search, you will get access to it. And Lynn just put it in the chat. So thank you, Lynn. Sorry about that.
Using that chart actually is more beneficial than just for your bones. I mean, it'll keep you healthy too.
Oh yeah. Well, cancer doesn't grow in an it grows in an acid environment, and overall, it's important for good health. Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Sure. Food. Okay. So remember, the matrix is made of protein and calcium and phosphorus are the main minerals that get lodged in the matrix and harden it. Well, let's see. We're going to. If you go to my website, you can get this. Here we go. A chart that has a lot of foods and their benefits that contain all the vitamins and the minerals that we need to produce healthy bone. Some of it is like, actually, besides food, you want to avoid things that cause calcium loss or reduce it, like animal protein, kind of animal protein, sodium, caffeine, and smoking, or like they rob your bones of calcium. But
myfoodfitnessandfun.com, myfoodfitnessandfun.com. So those of you who missed that.
Sorry. Okay. And then what increases bone building besides the food that I'm going to go over is sun exposure. It lets your body produce vitamin D, which helps your body absorb the calcium and phosphorus from food. And then plant protein. Let's see, magnesium, it regulates mineral metabolism. Silica appears to increase the rate of mineralization. Zinc is needed to produce that matrix and for the production of enzymes that the osteoclasts use to break down the worn out bone. Let's see, protein, let's see. Oh, okay. The zinc's also needed for calcium absorption and for bone healing. Let's see. Strontium, it's not the radioactive strontium we need in small amounts, and it's found in small amounts in Brazil nuts, and that draws extra calcium into the bones. Boron helps the body metabolize calcium, magnesium, and vitamin D. And then vitamin A for the development of osteoblasts. let's see. There's a ton. So if you go to the website there and get that list. One really important one is vitamin K2, and that activates the proteins that move calcium out of the arteries and into the bones and teeth. And that I'm going to show you well, can we go ahead and show it? Vitamin K2 is in natto. That's the highest form of, it's got the highest concentration of vitamin K2 in a vegan food. And what it is fermented soybeans. And I have a salad prepared. And
go
let's
ahead.
see, how do I get back to...
Just click, yeah, so just go ahead and see where it says, and the share thing, just turn, I could do it. There we go. And then let me put your the webcam back on. So there's a little, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I have a salad that I've made. I have cabbage.
A little higher so we can see it.
Yeah, I've got cabbage, I've got greens, bell pepper, beets, some sauerkraut, some cucumber, but you can put whatever you like in there. But what I'm going to put on top, this is natto. It's fermented soybeans, and a lot of people don't like it because it's slimy, but that's the good thing about it. So I don't know if you can see how slimy it is. Yeah. Okay. So all you need each day is like half of one of these little 2-ounce, not even half really. So what I do is make it, and I put them in these 4-ounce containers, and I don't fill them up. So I get about 1.5 ounces a day, and I'll hold my salad up in just a second. I'm just going to put it on top of everything that I like. And the beauty of this, you can use a dressing if you'd like it. Or what I'm going to do is just pour a little bit of apple cider vinegar, just a little, and a little bit of ume vinegar, which is a little bit, it's salty, more salty than sour, and it's alkalizing. And then you can just put whatever spices and herbs you like on your salad. So you don't even have to have a dressing. I've got smoked paprika, and I have a little bit of garlic granules, and that is it. And then because it's slimy, you can just stir it up, and it kind of makes its own dressing. And you have all this other stuff, and it's really good with something sour, some kind of, that's why I put the sauerkraut on it. But what it ends up tasting like is just a salad with some beans on it. So I'm going to have that for my dinner. And then I just wanted to show you one more thing really quick. I have just a, and if you want to learn how to make natto, I have a little ebook on the store on my website, the myfoodfitnessandfun.com. And it's really easy, and it's totally worth getting to like it, trying to like it.
And it's worth making it, right? Because you were telling me how expensive it was before you started making it. You were buying it, and it was like super, super expensive.
It is so expensive. It was over $50 because of because they have to ship it on dry ice. And I think I got 7 little containers like this for over $50. And but I just wanted to try it once to see if I wanted to learn how to make it. And I learned from a Japanese lady, and it's so easy. And you can buy a pound of soybeans. When I started doing it, it was less than $2, organic soybeans. Now it's probably, I think it's about $2.39. But that makes about 15 of these little containers. And so that sure beats, $50.
Oh, absolutely.
More than $50.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you figure out how to make it good, right? So Heidi was saying it's not so bad. She mixes it with stuff. Heidi was saying also that she does it with other beans. and tell us about that, because I've seen you do it with garbanzo beans.
I did. I have done it with the garbanzo beans because some people don't do soy, and I don't do soy, except for these fermented soybeans don't seem to bother me. And I've been doing this for a few years, so I don't think it's going to bother me. But you just like so you need a bean that has fat and protein, like high fat and high protein. So the garbanzo beans work better than some of the other, like black beans, but I think you can do black beans. The garbanzo has more fat,
and the soybean has the most of all of them.
Yeah, and I like the soybean because they're little, small beans. I like I don't know. That's just me. Little beans throughout my salad, and you don't need that much. Yeah. But then I was going to show you really quick another good tea for your bones. So you can just make this up every night before you go to bed, and then just sip on it all day. And so there are a few herbs that are really good for your bones, and nettles. Let's see. What I'm going to do is just, so you could take any one of these and just put half a cup.
Put them up higher, or make your camera go down lower. Maybe you can. Okay, good. There you go.
Okay, so I have nettles, and I'm just going to take a couple of tablespoons. So you could take half a cup. The ratio is half a cup of herbs to 4 cups of water. And you could simmer them for 20 minutes, or what I'm going to do is just pour warm water on it and let it sit overnight. And then in the morning, I'll have this bottle of tea that I can drink all day. So the nettles have calcium and magnesium and silica and boron. And they also have vitamin C, vitamin D. They have vitamin K, but it's not K2. And then I have, let's see, horsetail. So I'm going to put a couple tablespoons of that. And that has high amounts of silica and selenium. Or let's see. Yeah. Then I have red clover, which has calcium and chromium. And magnesium and phosphorus. It's got a lot of stuff. It's all on that sheet. This one is oat straw, which is magnesium, calcium, chromium, iron, phosphorus, selenium, and it has silicon, sodium. And then another one that I haven't been able to find in my house today is nettles. Or let's see, did I do nettles? I did. Okay, the one that I can't find is the alfalfa, which is really good.
Yeah.
And so that would be another good one to add: the calcium, magnesium, boron, silica, zinc. But anyway, I've got half a cup of herbs in here, and I could just put them in the bottom and then just pour water in. So this is warm. And then strain it in the morning, or I can use this little strainer.
So my understanding, and I don't usually strain it. Well, if I'm going to drink it as a tea, obviously I do, but I use the pulp because a lot of the calcium stays in there, in the pulp itself. So I will actually recommend that you make it with the herbs in there, unless you want to drink it as a tea, and then just pour the whole thing into a smoothie and use it as a smoothie base or a soup base. But you can also take those, once you're done, you can throw those into a smoothie or a soup or a dressing or something.
Yeah, or a dessert or a salad.
Just anything, yeah.
Yeah. So it's already
cracker or something like that.
Yep. So I'm just going to leave this overnight and sip it all day tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
So we have some more questions here. John just said, is that ume vinegar, is that alkalizing? My understanding is very alkalizing, extremely alkalizing. And Teresa, I'll answer this one about thyroid. If you have thyroid issues, I'd read to stay away from soy completely. Non-GMO is okay, question mark. There's a lot of people out there where they tell you to stay away from a lot of things completely. It goes back to food dogma. Those are the same people that will tell you never, ever, ever to eat cruciferous vegetables raw if you have a thyroid problem. And it's all dose dependent and it's individualized. With the amount of soy that you're eating here, it's fermented is the key. It's organic, but fermented is the key because it completely changes the way it reacts in your body and activates, of course, the vitamin K2 and all that. So it's a matter of, if you have thyroid issues, try it and see how it goes. It's unlikely to trigger a problem. If it does, within a few days, you're going to start to feel cold and hair might be thinning, and you're just going to start to feel an activation of thyroid symptoms. But for that small amount, it's all dose dependent. And there's a lot of these food dogma things that, when you look at the studies, it was like one person wrote about it and everybody else copied. But when you go back to the original studies, the amounts that you have to use to actually inhibit thyroid function in both the cruciferous and then the soy were quite large. So just to let people know that. And you can get the recipe on her website, on the recipe to how to make natto. If you go, she has an ebook on her website. Just go to myfoodfitnessandfun.com, myfoodfitnessandfun.com. She's also got some other great little recipe books and videos. My favorite is her low glycemic dessert recipe book. I think it's like $10 on her website, and it's just filled with great, great, great ideas.
So this is like the whole recipe for bone health is the exercise and the nutrition, and then you need your digestion balance so that you can absorb the nutrition. So, I mean, there's not just one thing, it's a complete package.
Exactly. And you add the things onto it. So Karen's one of our NEPT members, as I said. She's also, like Jean, she's everybody that does the Gold Plus portion of the program, which is the highest level in the program, is getting 3 sessions with her to help personalize. So it's kitchen sessions. So you're going to get to sit down with her and actually personalize your nutrition plan and get some good ideas and recipes and all that personalized to you. So that's in our Energy Recharge coaching program as well. And Eleanor S. Mountain Rose is the online place to order. That's where we get most of ours. Yeah, Mountain Rose is great. Yeah. It's online. Just look up, just Google it, Mountain Rose Herbs. So thank you, Karen. That was awesome, right? Give Karen some love, send some niceties coming along. And I appreciate you. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you. And thank you for all that you do.
Yeah, well, it's my mission. Thank you.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Right. How was that? I see lots and lots of stuff coming up. Our next person is going to shift gears a little bit. And I wanted Jane and Lynn both on the first day because we're going to get into more depth. You got into some good depth with Karen there on the metabolism. And I really want you to understand how these work, because somebody wrote in there, wow, I didn't even understand how. I thought yoga, I'd heard yoga was good for bones, but I didn't understand the mechanism. And I believe that when you understand the mechanisms, you tend to follow through a little bit better. So that's why we're teaching you this way, giving you practical ideas, but also the underlying mechanisms behind it. But Lynn is going to come on and she's going to talk to you about, like, how do you find time for all this? You might be thinking, well, all this stuff is great, but make my own natto and make my own smoothies and do exercise and meditate. And how do I find the time? So Lynn, if you'll go ahead, and I see you on here, I could probably, if you raise your hand, I can just make you a presenter, or you can actually come in as a presenter. So it's time for you. If you raise your hand and say, if you say, make me a speaker or request to speak, there you are. And I can invite you as, I'm assuming this one's you. It just says Lynn. So if it's not, so you should get, once I hit you to do that, you'll get a thing that says, okay, let's test your speakers and all that. And then you should come in. So Lynn's going to come in and she's going to really talk to you. She does a lot of work with people on their scheduling and their rituals and how do you create this thing. And a ritual is something that you just do every day, right? You always do it. Like you brush your teeth. That's a ritual, right? We don't think of some people think of rituals as, oh, there's some mysterious woo-woo stuff. No, ritual, every day you brush your teeth, you wash your face, you go to the bathroom, you eat breakfast. Those are rituals. So what we want you to be able to do is build in to your daily rituals, some of those things that that you need to be doing. So I'm not seeing her coming in. Let me take myself off of full screen, and maybe she did come in. There she is. All right. So Lynn, turn on your camera. There she is. Make sure your mic is working. Say hello. Nope. There you go. There, now we have her. Hi, Lynn.
Hello. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. So there's the lady behind the scenes for those of you who've been to a lot of our webinars, and she answers all your questions and gets links faster than anybody I know. And she's got some of her own magic to share. She has been raising 7 children and 5 grandchildren.
Well, we're waiting to hear from number 5. I have my phone right here.
She's due any day now. But she's homeschooled, and because of some issues her oldest daughter had when she was younger, she learned about like natural stuff. She knew the doctors didn't know what to do for her for her issues, and she learned this stuff, and she became Earth Mama, and raised her kids this way, and then decided to do it as her kids were getting older to make a career out of it, and went and got a degree or a certificate at IIN, and then joined our program and has studied macrobiotics, and she's studied a lot of this stuff, and now she does her own programs, and she's like my key head coach in the ERC Energy Recharge program. Like everybody knows her. She takes care of everybody. She's now mama to our community of hundreds of people. And she knows how to take care of people. And if anybody can teach you how to fit this stuff in, and make it a priority, it's someone who's raised 7 children and homeschooled them all. So Lynn, let's talk. Tell me some of those things.
Let's talk.
Yeah. So how do you do it? How do people fit all this stuff in? How do they do it? How do they
want to first make sure I'm not having a feedback for you, am I?
No.
Nope. Okay, great. So what I have been teaching people that I work with, because we give them a lot of information. There's already a lot of information out there as well. There's books and summits and everything, and you're like, holy buckets, Martha, how do I do this all? So what I teach people to do, thing that you want to do. Am I still there?
Yeah. I switched to full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So, write a list of everything down that you want to do, and do everything outrageous, from hike the Himalayas to making sure you drink water every day. As you know, that is something that I'm not always so good with. So you make this list, and then you break it down. You got your daily plan, your weekly plan, your monthly plan, and then you have a yearly plan, and then a 5-year plan. Maybe that's where the Himalayas go. And then you look at your calendar. You look at your schedule, and you go, okay, how do I do this? I know I'm supposed to drink water every day. We heard Jane earlier talking to us about having a daily practice. And so that's what part of this is. We make sure that we have even 5 minutes just for ourselves to breathe, kind of like what you were telling us earlier, just that breathing. And sorry, we're doing construction at my house, and so doors and windows are open. So we have uninvited visitors with flies. Anyway, so you just take that few minutes to breathe, to let that joy and that sunlight, and even if you have to make the sunlight up, put it all in, and you flood your body with that, and then you breathe out and you surround yourself with all of that. Just even taking a few minutes to do that as part of that daily practice. But then, like we said, maybe there's the drinking water, there's the movement. Karen's been talking to us about movement. Shonda was talking about blood sugar. Are there particular practices in that you need to do? We've been learning about the different foods and things like that, and people go, oh, great, now I have to make a whole different set of foods. And so then, that might throw you off. So you write down, when am I going to do this? And you put that on your calendar. And you see, what is it I have time to do right now, maybe next week? Do I have time to do it every day? Or do I have time just once a week? There's a lot you can do, even if you do it in 15-minute increments once a week. You know, you mentioned I have a lot of kids, and I used to do a lot of sewing. And I used to think, oh, I have to have like a whole block of time to do it, kind of like we have this whole block of time today. And it just never happened. So I just permanently set up my sewing machine, and 15 minutes a day, I would work on something. And at the end of the year, I had sewn more clothes, repurposed more winter coats, that whole thing. And really, you know, it was because I took, rather than finding the perfect time to do everything, because there never is perfect time to do everything. And, you know, so that's the Reader's Digest version of it, is, first of all, creating that dream within yourself of what it is you want. So again, we're talking about the connections like Jane was talking about. Another exercise I teach people is writing your perfect day. You know, if you wake up in the morning, do you want to wake up where you're waking up now? Do you want to wake up on the beach? Or I'm the mountain person, you're the beach person. So, you know, we wake up where it is that we want to wake up. What do you see? What do you smell? What does your body feel like? You know, do you have this nice toned body that, you know, it's all looking good and glorious? Or do you, you know, what is it that you want for your life? Sorry, I'm sorry. Life. So anyway, so, you know, is this what you wake up to? The thing about this is that, you know, we're redoing our house because this is what we want. I want a better bathroom and things like that. And so, you know, we're doing it in these short periods of time. And so this is the day, this is my life. How can I put it into my schedule? It's much like we create a financial, you know, when we do a budget, you know, we have a financial budget. So now we have a time budget. And, you know, when you do a financial budget, you, I know, there's the dogs. I'd sent out a quiet intent. Apparently they didn't get the memo. But like, you know, when you do a budget, you know, you might have a line there for a savings account. But when you do a time budget, you might have a line in there for that 15-minute increment for something that you're doing on a larger and grander scale. So, you know, that's the best thing I can share with people, is to take the things that you're learning this weekend here and write down which of those pieces you want to do and where are you going to put them in your life. You know, and then the other thing I wanted to share too is we think of this as work. You know, how many times do we say, I'm working through something? And you mentioned earlier, fun. We want you to have fun with this. In my group that I'm in this summer, we just did a section on pleasure. I like pleasure more than fun, because pleasure connotes more than just a 5-minute, you know, when we look at YouTube and watch babies laughing. Pleasure connects you with yourself. There's more of a sensuality and a tactile part to it. And one of the things I was teaching them, there's some science to how having pleasure in your life with your food is really important. There's something called CCK, cholecystokinin. It's a response that you have to your protein and your fat, and it helps you with your digestion. It helps you with your you know, stimulating in your small intestine, your pancreas, your gallbladder, your stomach. And it also is part of the highest part of your brain, your hypothalamus. We talked about that limbic system. And so what that does is it shuts down your appetite, but it also stimulates pleasure. And so if you're eating something, sorry, if you're eating something that you really enjoy, hold on a second, Vince. The dog is doing its job. That's what we live in the country, and that's what this dog does. And when you eat and you eat something that's pleasurable, you're stimulating your digestion. To add to that, you know, sometimes people go, well, I enjoy eating a shake or burgers or whatever, but that's a mindset. And so what we are encouraging people to do today, whether they're working on their blood sugar or other things going on with inside them, is to enjoy the food that's there because it's helping you. And so when you have pleasure in that, then you're helping your body and your digestion, both in your brain as well as in your stomach area. And so again, include that pleasure in your planning. When I follow somebody, his name is Dave Ramsey, and one of the things he includes us to do with our financial budgeting is to include a line for what he calls blow money. You know, you're probably going to blow it anyway, so might as well budget for it. Mm-hmm. And it's not that you're blowing anything by scheduling time in for fun, but you need to have fun. And if life is only about, well, I have to take my blood sugar, I have to drink this green drink, and I have to do whatever, then you're not going to be releasing all of these components of your body, and your digestion probably won't be well. And might as well have fun with it, have pleasure in it, eat it, chew it, release those things, experience it. So as you create your schedule, as you create your life, participate in it, be a part of it, enjoy it, experience it. So sorry, I just kind of went off.
That was fine. That's perfect, because that's what people need to hear, that stuff, you know. It's something we forget about. And like I said, when we did that survey at Spring into Vitality, we were all shocked to see that was the pillar that was most compromised. And like, it's the easiest thing to do, just like have some fun, but incorporate fun into everything. So, you know, do the yoga, know that you're holding this pose, and, you know, be a dancer or a flyer, and know that you're strengthening your bones, and you can laugh about it, and you can get into the food and what can I throw together. There's
the yoga of laughter, right? Because yoga is moving, and the postures and everything. There's the breathing, and there's a being centered in part of your life. And that's what it is. We, especially in this society, too much think we have to work at everything. It's like disconnect. There's a disconnect between ourselves and our life. It's like we're viewing ourselves from outside as we fix ourselves.
Yep.
We honestly really don't need to be fixed. We are perfect just the way we are, but we're progressing, and have fun and enjoy it. And
awesome. And we'll talk about the 7 pillars in a little bit. I'll go into a little bit more detail about those. We're going to do our coaching, and then we'll do that. But in there, I share a lot. You've heard me say this a lot. When you can double up on when you have an activity that doubles up or triples up or quadruples up and covers multiple pillars, all the better. So how can you make each of those other pillars fun? Because that way you're doubling the health benefit as well as doubling the pleasure.
Right. Exactly. Double the pleasure, double the fun. And we don't need to have wriggly gum to do it.
Do it. We just could do it.
You know, like Barbara is saying, create sweet treats daily. And sweet treats can be, you know, maybe you're out at the thrift store and you find a really nice, particularly piece of jewelry you like, or you're out, you know, I'm facing my window. I live out in the country and I have an office, but I can't get internet there. So I'm actually, my office is a picnic table in my living room. And, you know, it is what it is. And, but the joy of it is I have this nice window here that I can look out at. And so I can see all the seasons. I live in Iowa, so I get all the seasons. And I can see the sunrise and the sunset, and I can see people. It's, you know, that's a sweet treat for me throughout the day. And so those are the things we look for, right? Maybe you're out taking a walk and you're looking at flowers. Again, nature deficit, go hug a tree. I am a self-proclaimed tree hugger. I literally hug trees. Yeah.
So many ways to put joy in your life, and that joy.
Yeah.
I love you talking about pleasure. I kind of like that. It connotes something a little bit different than fun, and a little bit. Well, both of them, I think this is a sad reflection, and we need to shift, is that we think about fun and pleasure as the extra optionals after you do the have to.
Exactly. You know, we started this in school, right? You know, you go to school and you can't play until your homework's all done. Right? You don't get the treat until afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that we just need to treat ourselves a lot. And I really appreciate you and all the work you've done. I mean, she's been like little mama for all of our ERC folks and our NEP folks, quite frankly, for the last three years or so. And it's just a joy to work with you and to see the impact you have on everybody. You know, everybody was like, "Hey, Lynn, yeah," because everybody.
It's always healthy. And I know this will be on the. I know this, Ben. It's okay. I know this will be on the gift page. I have a link to a 3-part video series I did, and I've also added in 2 different pieces to it. One is vision boarding. It's instructions on how to do a vision board. I think a vision board is a great way to keep in the forefront of your brain how to, you know, what your dreams are. And you don't have to have just one. You can have multiple.
Yep.
And then also there's a link in there for a calendar, like a template that you can use. So
nice. Yeah. So that'll be on the gift page. We'll give you that link up. If we have it here, you can give the people a shortcut to it. You just put it in there. But yeah, so you'll have access to that. And here's the thing, vision boards, they're fun. And like Lynn was saying, you don't have to have 2 hours. You're going to think, I'm going to do a vision board, but I need 3 or 4 hours to do it. No, I mean, you just throw on your dining room table or a place that you're not going to necessarily, you know, have to move it all the time. A bunch of magazines and a bunch of glue sticks and scissors and a big poster board. And every day you can work on it for 5 minutes. Make that your fun.
And it can be whatever you want. It doesn't have to be pictures like from a magazine. It can be, if you see like fortune cookies, you know, it's like life. It's a work in progress. Exactly.
And it's so fun once you have it quote unquote done, because I don't know that they're ever done. You just hang it somewhere.
Exactly.
Whether it's on a wall or on an easel or some way that you have it in your vision. And it's amazing. I remember hearing, I think it was John Asseroff was telling the story about how he created this vision board, and on it was this house, like this perfect house. And he loved this, you know, he had seen it in a magazine. And one day he's like driving around through a neighborhood, you know, and he sees this for sale sign in front of the house.
Yes.
The house he had visioned. He was like, oh my God, my house. He bought the house.
And he probably had the money to buy it too.
Right?
You know, Oh, that's what's his name? Dumb and Dumber. Jim Carrey. He did this thing where he wrote a check for $1 million, folded it up, put it in his billfold, and it was dated for 5 years in the future. And he happened to find it like a week or two before that date. And he had just gotten, in real life, his first $1 million check. So it's just part of it. Yeah.
Part.
We all need to be writing ourselves big checks here and date it.
Just look at what we want rather than what we don't. Like, I think it was Jane was saying, we spend so much time thinking about our symptoms and our complaints and all this. Let's spend more time thinking about, I'm visioning being there. I want to be there. Yeah. You don't have to actually contrive and have the exact, well, I know I'm going to be able to get rid of this symptom by doing this, and the other thing. You just have to do all the things that bring you into balance. And fun is part of that. And pleasure is part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And use your calendar as a tool for your purpose. Yeah. Put your stuff on there, because if you don't schedule it, the rest of the world will schedule it for you.
Absolutely. I always tell people that it's similar to what Stephen Covey said in the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He says you put in the rocks first. And so you look at your calendar for the week and you go, okay, exercise. I'm going to exercise 4 times this week. And where can I stick that? And I want to do it for a half an hour. And you look at your calendar and it's already booked and you go, oh, well, there's a 15-minute slot. There's a 15-minute slot. I'm going to put it in there. And you put it in your calendar. And that way, if something else comes up, like, you got to take the dog to the vet for an emergency, you move it. You don't delete it. You move it.
Yes, exactly.
Whereas if it's
I don't have mine right here, but mine have, I made mine with magnets. Oh. So I have a big magnet board that I made. I put my calendar on it, and then I took little ones. And so then I can move it around. It's like you said, my daughter's having a baby. I have to rush. I can't do that. I'll push it over here. It's sacred time. Our time is sacred.
And we need to give it to ourselves. So thank you for talking about this important message. And we can geek out about all the nutrition things. I'm trying to give you a balance of this because I think that there is. So the next thing we're going to move into, and check out Lynn's link, and it'll be on the gift page as well. So I want to say that we're going to do some coaching now. And Lynn and I know that we do a lot of this in our program, our energy recharge program, but also our NEPT program with our practitioners. And it's really like on the spot. Now, I haven't met Wendy before, and Wendy, I'm going to invite Wendy in. So she has her hand up. So let me go there. View Wendy. There we go. And I'm going to invite you as a speaker. So Wendy, you just have to click and answer the questions. It'll test out your mic and all. And I'm going to bring Wendy in. And I loved reading her form. Like, she filled out one of these forms. You all had access to this. We said, come and, sign up to possibly win a session. And Wendy is our first one. We're going to do 2 more tomorrow. And I want to, while we're waiting for Wendy to come in, I want to just read what she wrote. She said, I was inspired by a free video series by Dr. Ritamarie to sign up for the Sweet Spot Solution. Why? Because this woman is brilliant. She's easily the most intelligent, educated, and informed person I've ever come across when it comes to health, the human body, food, and nutrition. She's talked about things that apply to me that no doctor or health practitioner has ever heard of. On top of all this, she has the integrity and what appears to be a sincere passion to help other people feel better, live better lives, and reach their potential. From a few minutes into this introductory video series, Dr. Ritamarie resonated with something deep inside me. At the time, I was on the precipice of a health crisis. I haven't known how to feed or care for my new postmenopausal body, and it was screaming out in distress. I knew if I didn't make changes, I was going to end up in a compromised body with no semblance of good health available. Even though it was a financial stretch to take the Sweet Spot program, I felt compelled to sign up. When I started the program, my life changed. Without blinking, I released 20 pounds, no effort, no stress. This was unprecedented in my decades-long struggle with excess weight. The discomfort was disappearing and my body started to come to life. Since starting to learn from Dr. Ritamarie and how there is a way back to good health, and I have far to go, I have huge respect for her work and would deeply appreciate having a coaching session for her. I can get Band-Aid solutions from my doctor for my health challenges, but I'm looking for root cause and real healing, and I no doubt that Dr. Ritamarie has the answers I'm seeking. So I'm very excited to welcome Wendy here. Let's see if she's in. How do I get myself down? Nope. How do I minimize myself? Okay, let's see. Wendy, are you coming in? Let's see. If I turn my webcam off, do I see her? Nope. All right. So Wendy, just to do those things with your thing to come in, like it'll say test your speaker and your mic. If you have any trouble, type it in the chat and we'll see what we can do to help you. And we can also give you a phone number if there's an issue with that. She says she lost connection. Okay. Lost contact when you tried to connect with me. Okay, hopefully she can try it again. So while we're waiting for Wendy to come in, I'll go ahead and talk to you about the 7 pillars. That way we won't waste time having you just sit there and wait, and then we'll switch gears when she comes in. So I am going to turn my screen share back on, and we'll go back to our let me see if I can do this again. There we go. To the coaching piece, you know, holding that growing person in hands. I just thought it was a beautiful semblance of what I think about when I think about health coaching and health advice and being a practitioner and being there for people. It's super important for me. So what I wanted to teach you is this 7-phase approach to healing and creating unstoppable health. And it's based on the seven pillars. We also have the 7 chakras, which is this picture. And that's part of it. That's not something that I'm, well trained in and do, but I think it's an important thing. But I think that these 7 phases are just so important. Will somebody put that, Keldy or Lynn, will you put the phone number in, the one from, let me see if I can find it, the one from Zoom. And let's see if I can find it. Yeah, see if you can find that and put it in for her, please. And I think that when we take this approach, when we look at these pieces, when we don't ignore fun and pleasure as part of our healing, and we just think of it as a chore, or don't think of it as a chore, then health thrives. So I love this picture because it's just so beautiful. What we're all about doing here, and what your goal, your job as trying to heal yourself, is to get rid of the boulders, get rid of the obstacles in the road. I was looking at this boulder earlier, and now I don't see it, but it looked like there was a face in the boulder. Maybe that was a message I was getting at the time. But that thing right here is his nose, and there's his eyebrows, and there's his eyes. So there's somebody in that boulder that is, and maybe it's you trying to get out from underneath, from behind those boulders. But we think about these things in our lives as obstacles to our health. And some of them there are habits. They're the things that we have out of balance. There's old traumas. There's the wounds that we talk about, that Jane talked about earlier. There's the busy schedule. All of those things become obstacles. And when we can, one by one, get rid of the obstacles, our body can flourish. So I'm going to make sure that I can see. Once you get in on the phone, can somebody tell her what she does? I think it's a *6 or a *9 to raise her hand. And that way I'll know it's her, and I'll promote her to a panelist, and we'll put her in over there. Okay. All right. So we're going to get rid of the obstacles. It's super important that we work on these obstacles. And that's what I'm going to help with Wendy. I want to see, she's done so far with her health and doing Sweet Spot. What are the other obstacles that we need to help her to move out of the way? Clearly one was that blood sugar imbalance that I talked with Shonda about. And a lot of people don't even know they have blood sugar imbalances because they feel fine and their test results are normal. But we know subtle ways to do it and to help people with it themselves. All right. So, okay. So we talked earlier about the 7 pillars of unstoppable health. And what are they? now that we've been through this, we've been talking about stress being important. Incorporate those daily meditations and yoga and heart math breaks and tapping. And there's a host of other things to help you with your stress. Because if you can't manage the stress and get the stress, not that you get rid of the stress. I can't help you to, get rid of the fact that your son is flunking algebra. What I can do is teach you ways that you can not allow it to hurt you. Really tuning in, as we just talked about with everybody, with pretty much everybody that's been on, is what's important to you. What do you want? You want to be strong. You want to stay independent, like Karen talks about. You want to have the ability to be present with your loved ones. What's important to you? And keep your eyes on that vision, as opposed to trading in what you want the most for what you want in the moment, right? Trading in your long-term health and happiness for that Twinkie or that other, dessert or whatever else is causing you pain. Sleep. Sleep is super important. And I'm going to share with you after this, I'm going to share with you a page for each of these. Actually, nutrition has 3 pages of some of the activities that we work on when I'm working with people on a one-on-one basis and also in our group coaching programs. Because again, this is hard to do on your own unless you have a plan, unless you have a roadmap, and also unless you have that ongoing support. And so super important. Healthy diet, of course. We've been talking a lot about diet. Exercise, Karen touched on that with yoga. I mean, it's amazing that just holding a yoga pose for 8 seconds or longer is actually starting to remodel your bone and strengthen it. And 30 seconds, I mean, that's not that hard to do, whatever it takes. And incorporating those things into your life in small chunks. They don't have to be big. I wanted to do more lunges in my life and more push-ups. And so what I decided to do was do them in sets. So yesterday I was like, I have all this work to do. I have a class to go to. I don't have time to go for my usual 4-mile run. What do I do instead? So I did 30 push-ups, and then I did 5 minutes of lunges, which turned out to be 120 lunges. Then I went back and did 30 more push-ups. And then I was out of time, so I couldn't do 5 minutes more of lunges, but I could have gone back and done 5 minutes more of lunges. But I could have spread that out throughout the day. I could have done, the 3 minutes or whatever it took me to do the 30 push-ups, the 5 minutes of lunges. I can just spread these things out throughout the day. And burst training, burst exercise is one of the best things for that. Clean environment is super important, and we're inundated with things that we absolutely in some ways can't control. If you go to the grocery store, you go to the mall, you go to places, you stay in a hotel, you can't control the cleaning supplies and the detergents they're using on their sheet, but you can do it in your own home. So we're going to share a few methods there. And of course, fun. We've been talking a lot about that. So let me see. Okay, so you're on the phone. So somebody please, is it star 2, Lynn, or star 6, Lynn, that she raises her hand? So I know, because there's several people on the phone and I don't know which one it is. So I think I have to, how do I promote her? Oh, I can't do that. Trying to think of how I can do this. So you can hear me on the phone. Try the star 2 or star 6, because I thought I could on a regular Zoom call. I can usually, darn it, star 9 to raise her hand. I don't see, because it's not listing all the people. It's just saying there's a total of 4 call-in people. So it's not a matter of me seeing her. Conference call her in on Skype, maybe. That could be a pain. Try star 6 to unmute you to see if that works. What I'm going to do, let's just see if we can give her the Zoom link and see if she can get on that instead of this webinar jam. So just give her the link to Zoom and I'll see her come in and I'll be able to promote her to a panelist. All right. Let's see. Because I don't see any other way to do it. All right, so go ahead and, yeah, so if you can try that, put that link there, please, to the Zoom. You should be able to get that pretty easily, Nicola. It's right there in the invite. I think I might be able to find it. How? Invite. There we go. Copy URL. So here, try this. Sorry about this. This will teach us. I don't know why you weren't able to do this, but sometimes it has to do with bandwidth. Try that link, please. And then once you come in, I'm going to keep the attendees sitting there right there so I can see them, and I'll see when you come in. Okay? Try that. All right. So let's just keep going until we get Wendy in, and then we'll talk to her. This is super important stuff, and this is what I take our people through when we do our energy recharge inner circle, where we take like 40 or 50 people and we take them through this process. We take them through this step by step. We have openings still. We only have a few. I think we have maybe 15 slots left. I can't remember exactly how many we have left, but we're taking applications. It's an application program, but also you can, for today, because you're here, will allow you to just sign up for the silver level. But if you want to get into the gold or the gold plus level, you can read about it and opt in and sign in for it. And we take people through this stress process of identifying the obstacles in each of these things. And it's an 11-page questionnaire that people do, and then they put in their scores. And we get to see, and this is the one we did at the Spring into Vitality. So stress, attitudes and beliefs, sleep, etc. So the maximum score, your score, and then the priority of that. And it's a really super amazing questionnaire that helps you to see, oh my goodness, I had no idea that my fitness was such a low one, or that my fun was such a low one. And then we start working our way through it. And we work our way through it in order to get people to where they want to be. And what I say is that somebody else just came in, Donna Lynn, but no, it's not Donna Lynn. I'm trying to find Wendy. Yeah, if anybody, I mean, be careful, because I can only get 100 in that number. We always have five. I already have 5. If anybody's having trouble with this technology, you'll get there, but it's not going to be the same, because you're not going to have the interaction of the chat, but you might be able to see better. But we're waiting for Wendy to come in on that. So go ahead and do that, Wendy, and see what happens. All right. So let's just keep going. We talked about the why, like what is your big why? And that's a big piece of what we do. We start with the stress. Whenever I'm working with somebody, it's starting with the stress. I have a 30-day stress transformation system that they go through, where I'm giving them messages and reminders every day to get these heart math techniques in as habit. And the second part with the attitudes is the why. And everybody has their why for why they do what they do. And I have my own whys too. My big why is I want to feel good all the time, and I want to be around for these guys. This is my family. That the older one, Eric, is on the left, my husband, Scott, in the next to the left, then Kevin, and then me. And this is a couple-year-old picture, and everybody looks the same except Kevin. He's grown a bunch, and he's now 19. I think he was 16 in that picture, 17. Anyway, this is why I want to be around for them. You see, when I was 35, my mom had a sudden heart attack and died. She was 56. There was no warning. There was no, hey, the doctor said she had some bad heart stuff. She didn't have high blood pressure. She had what I believe going on was, it was compounding years of obstacles, of poor food choices, of smoking, and of just not paying attention to health, and never been taught. It wasn't her fault. She'd never been taught. And I believe she had insulin resistance based on now what I know about insulin resistance and what I know about their diet, and how the impact of wine and sugar and bread and pasta, which we ate a lot of, has on the body. And I believe that she had insulin resistance, and that was causing her blood sugars to be up and down all over the place, which when that happens, when you have insulin resistance, your blood gets thicker and the blood vessel linings get less elastic. And that contributed to her having a heart attack. And she left us. I don't want to do that to my family. I want to be around for them. I want to be, when I become a grandmother, hopefully not in the very near future because they're still too young, but I want to be out there with my grandkids and taking them on hikes and taking them skiing and doing all sorts of wonderful things with my grandchildren. Plus, I want to be available for you guys, for everybody out there that needs that support, that so I could teach my practitioners. My big why is just feeling good all the time, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. There's some other pictures of them. He graduated. This was a year ago. He graduated. Eric graduated college. Kevin graduated high school. You can see how he's grown from the previous picture. He's in the lower right. And this is just some fun times that we've had together. And this is my life. And this is why I do what I do. I don't feel it's a sacrifice to not go out and eat pizza with my friends. It's not, because my sacrifice would be losing my health as a result and being miserable or tired or, constantly achy. So this is important stuff. And I want you to really tune in to your why. I wish I had the magic wand in order to be able to say, voila, this is the one thing you have to do and you're going to get healthy. But in reality, you got to do the work. And even though Lynn and I talked about not making it be work, you've got to do the steps. I'd reframe it. Do the steps. You've got to do the steps that it takes to get rid of the obstacles and to help you to restore balance. And I believe that working through the 7 pillars is a great way to do it, or playing through the 7 pillars. So our first one, what happened to my little picture there, is transforming stress. And this is the stress piece. My transforming stress system is 30 days. And what I did was just took some screen shares of the membership site where I guide people through when they're working with me on a longer term basis. And especially in our Energy Recharge Inner Circle, it's actually part of the ERC course. So those of you who have already signed up with us, the new ones coming in this year, welcome. You haven't seen this before because we're revamping the website, but this is what you're going to get in and see, all these resources to take you through the 7 pillars. And you're going to get to do the test and then identify which pillar to start with and work through whatever pieces in here resonate and make sense for you. So stress transformation tools, that's a video talking about stress and the impact it has on the body. We even have an emotional eating strategy because I see that in so many people. There's the stress. Next, we have the strong attitudes and visions, the values and visions and being connected. And we help you to actually see the positive aspects in yourself. And Inspired Health Vision System, which helps you to connect with your goals and your visions and what's most important. And then letting go of limiting beliefs. So Wendy, if it's okay with you, I just want to, I'm going to promote you to panelist, but I want to finish this because I just don't want to be in the middle of this. And then I'll go ahead and we'll open you up and we'll do your coaching. So for those of you who have sleep issues, we have a whole section on sleep, and it's really a matter of understanding what's going on, understanding why you're not able to sleep, and then putting into practice some things, including herbs and all sorts of minerals and vitamins that might be deficient that are creating your sleep problem. But you've got to get through this. We've got the healthy diet, and this is the stuff that I share with the people I'm working with. Is we have a huge recipe collection, a kitchen makeover. We have the things about beverages, because a lot of people are drinking beverages that are not nourishing them or hydrating them. So we have a whole section on water and hydration and how to get the right amount. And one of my tricks is you get this big bottle. I guess you can't see me right now because I'm on the screen share, but I have this 64-ounce mason jar and I fill it with water. And my goal is to finish that at the end. But water, you need to be doing half your body weight every day. So figure out how to get it in you. Okay. And then of the other beverages that take the place, elixirs and smoothies and all that. But beyond that, we have sections on all the different nutrients, and you really need to be looking at it. Start with that nutrient assessment that I gave you and look to see where some of your imbalances are and start to try to get those foods into your diet and take away the anti-nutrients from there. So there's fats, there's carbohydrates, there's proteins, there's nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. And then there's these healing food protocols, because you may be suffering. Like there's an eating for bone health, there's an eating for brain health, eating for digestive health, eating for heart health. We really help people to guide through and identify and tune in to where you're having that imbalance. So it's really tuning in for you as to what is the major stressors in your body. And then we have fitness. And underneath fitness, there's just all kinds of fun ways. We'll be adding some more. I'm working with somebody else who does some fun fitness stuff. And we add more and more to this all the time. But these are just little things that you can do. How do you do burst training? We have a whole fitness library. Learn these things, like find the exercise, do the exercise, find the exercise that works the best for you and your environment, right? There's everyday detox. Learn about what steps you need to do every day. Simple things like Lynn was talking about that are part of your ritual, but you can do tongue scraping. You can do skin brushing. You can do oil pulling. You can do rebounding. You can eat good foods. All of those things are part of enhancing your body's ability to detox every day, not waiting for once a year and then you do good stuff and then you go back to the bad stuff. No, you do things every day. Clean up your environment. Identify what chemicals are in your environment and get rid of them. So like looking at your cosmetics, are you using cosmetics that have some of the dangerous ingredients, the hormone disruptors? Most of them do, unless you've found some good products. And there are more and more of those products coming out because there's a demand. I before looked for clean shampoos and couldn't find them. I went looking a few months ago and I found a whole bunch of them. Same thing with makeup. I just bought a little bit of a blush cream that has 3 ingredients. It's all organic. It's amazing stuff. It's out there, but we need to just look at shifting our perspective, because you may say, well, I can't believe that my mascara is causing my fatigue and my thyroid issues. Not by itself, but it's all cumulative. And when I think of life as a bucket, and when you have a bunch of stressors in the bucket, if there's still room at the top, you're okay. But like when you put water in the bucket, that one drop can make it overflow. So that one little thing that you do can bring the level down. And of course, you want to do all of it, right? And that's what we're going to work with. I'm glad we're going through this first, though, Wendy, because we're going to work with you on some of these and looking for where are some of these happening. And this is just a page with all kinds of fun activities that I like to share with people. But, you know, I create this picture in the middle is actually sitting right up above my desk. And it's just all kinds of trinkets that remind me of fun times. Hard to see, but there's a mermaid up there, and there's fairies, and there's seashells, and there's a picture of the ocean, and there's all sorts of amazing things up there that I can just look at throughout the day when I'm in the middle of working or things maybe not going well, technology's failing me, and I can look there and breathe. So create that in your environment. Create fun things to look at. Create fun in your life. And when you can take fun and incorporate it into your other pillars, when you can make it fun in the kitchen, fun with food. We're going to do some fun with food tomorrow. And we do that in our Healing Kitchen show every month. And you're invited to come to that as well. So make it fun. Make the fitness fun. I love it. It was like I turned on my timer and go, how many lunges can I do in a minute, in 5 minutes? And make it fun. Make it fun. And then there it is in a glance. And I'll move on to Wendy, because here's the thing. This is the foundation for your entire body. These steps need to be handled before you jump into what's the latest and the greatest probiotic. What's the latest and the greatest in, blood sugar herbs or drugs or whatever. What do you do for your adrenals? What are the adrenal elixirs? Yeah, those are all important. But if you don't have these foundations in order, none of this stuff is going to work. And I have a feeling that that's where a lot of the folks that wrote in on these questionnaires requesting the coaching is that you don't have all of your foundations in order and now you're suffering. Or maybe you have problems with your thyroid, but nobody's ever talked to you about how much your digestion and blood sugar and adrenals feed into that. And if you just try to fix the thyroid with thyroid medication or thyroid herbs, but you don't address what's below it, you're not going to get very far. So it's all a system. And the sex hormones, hot flashes, somebody asked about menopause, vaginal dryness, all this stuff. But if there's something out of balance below in the chain, and you just go in and start to take herbs and nutrients and bioidentical hormones, you're not getting to the root. So in my opinion, getting to the root is going below the presenting symptom. So if you're presenting with a symptom in your lungs, what of these other pieces could be contributing? Because if you don't make sure that these other folks are in balance, these other systems, these other habits are in balance, you're not going to get results. You're just going to keep chasing the symptoms. And I want you out of chasing symptom mode. Well, Wendy came on and did our blood sugar balancing program. And I'm going to shift her to become a panelist now. Promote to panelist. There we go. All right. So momentarily, we should start to see Wendy, and I'll stop the share and start the video. Or we don't have to. We could just do sound. But here's the thing. If you don't get this cleaned up, you're not going to go. So today we talked some about blood sugar. Tomorrow we'll go in a little bit more detail about the organs, the glands, the autoimmune, the links to genetics and all that. But it's really super important that you do this. And if you do this, and if you're interested in following through, you're going to learn a new pyramid. And this is I absolutely love this. And somebody mentioned this earlier. These are the things that are required for you to be healthy. You need education about how your body works. You need to have gratitude about the things that you're doing right and the people in your life. You need to be loving to yourself and to others. And first and foremost, yourself. And you need to get support. So that's what's needed. And this, I'll just finish running through this and then we'll go to Wendy. This is what's possible. This was Jan when she was back like probably 20 years ago. And this was Jan after she completed our Sweet Spot blood sugar balancing program. This was Lynn before she started our Energy Recharge Inner Circle. This was her less than a year later. And she was feeling, you can see how much better she looks, the circles under her eyes. You can see how much better she looks, and she was feeling much better. These are some folks that for me are my heroes. And this was the youngin' in the group. And I wanted you to see what's possible. These are all people who started things later in life because they made a decision that they were going to be healthy and they took the steps. This is Greta doing her pole dancing. That looks like fun. She's 66. This is Johanna, and she's 92, and she's still doing gymnastics. You can go watch her YouTube videos. This is Phyllis at 94. She's still doing trapeze and phenomenal yoga poses and dancing. This is Tao Porchin Lynch. I went to her website. She teaches yoga classes still at age 98. She has a yoga studio. And this guy's still racing, the world's oldest athlete at 107. Don't let the age get in the way of you feeling like it's too late. Get the support you need, do the actions you need, and you will have what you want, and get in touch with it. So if you want to get in one of the seats that are left in our ERC Apply, you go to ercapply.com. And one of our coaches will talk to you and see if this is the right next step for you. And I just wanted to let you know. So I am going to take away the share. And I'm going to see how I can do. Let's see what I do. Wendy, let me stop the share here. Let me start video. And there's Wendy. Oh, Wendy's up there. Okay. So Wendy, say hello, Wendy. Are you there?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can everybody hear Wendy? Post in there if you can hear Wendy. You won't be able to see her because she's just in on phone. So let me take this down and then, all right. So can everybody hear Wendy? Let me know. We'll see if I can raise the volume, the mic. Yes, you can hear. Yay. Yay. Okay, Wendy. Wendy, it's so great to meet you.
You as well. I'm so glad this worked. And I apologize for all the problems getting to this moment, but I'm glad we're talking.
I'm glad we're talking too. And I loved when you said I would just so love to have a consultation. So I'm excited to be here for you. And it sounds like you've done a lot, right? You've done the sweet spot, and
Yep.
I want to help you to identify what are some of the next obstacles that you need to be working on. So tell me what you're feeling like right now, because right now in here you said you were dealing with elimination. That's it, elimination, and something's not right with pancreas and liver. Trouble processing sugar leaves you sick, and thyroid. So of those things, what do you think is the top priority, in your opinion, being inside that body?
Probably my compromised elimination is priority. The thing that's the biggest alarm for me right now is something happens if I'm not eating 100% clean. I experience extreme eye pain, and it's worrying for me because my vision is already compromised. I have a cornea disease, and so combined with this pain, then my vision becomes more compromised.
Okay.
And I would love to know what the root of that is, in addition to some help with elimination.
Okay, great. Well, here's the thing I'm going to say to you, and this may sound kind of obvious, but what keeps you from eating 100% clean if you know that you're compromising your eye health when you do that?
I have a food addict's brain, and I sometimes stress eat. Okay. And since starting the sweet spot solution, it's certainly gotten better, but it's alarming to me because it's not a condition I experienced, say, even a year ago. This is new.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not that I'm wanting to put sugar into my diet or chemicals or processed food, but I would sure like to know what's going on that's causing that.
Okay. So so this is where I'm coming from with that question. So thank you for answering that. When you say it's been a year, it's the eye has been a year versus the sugar addict. Is that correct? Or have you just had
the eye pain is fairly new?
Yeah.
So when I say a year, that's perhaps when I started to become aware of it. Maybe not quite that long ago.
Right.
My inability to process sugar has been decades.
Decades. Okay.
So I'm pretty used to the idea of not eating sugar. Okay. But certainly as I get older, I have to stay more on that walk that fine line. So that I not fall off that thin line.
Not fall off of it, right.
Okay.
Right. So there's two things going on here, as my opinion. I mean, in elimination aside, and we'll look at that because elimination can be playing into that. But there's clearly some imbalance going on in the eye. And there's some kind of inflammation that when you go off the wagon, so to speak, it triggers that inflammation, right? Now, what's the cause of it? It's probably some inflammation in the eye. Now, you can go through a battery of all kinds of crazy tests and have an optometrist, ophthalmologist take a look. I would have them look inside. One of the things that comes to mind, and I'm not an optometrist or an ophthalmologist, so I don't have the expertise in eye health, but what I know is that long-term insulin imbalance and resistance causes damage. Right? So high sugar. So whenever your sugar goes high, remember in sweet spot, we talked about how whenever your sugar goes above 120, it causes damage to the retina. Okay. So there could be some retinopathies that have been happening. Were you testing your blood sugar through the sweet spot?
Yes, I was.
And what's your range?
I'm in Canada. So my range is in the low 5.4.
5.4. Okay. Yeah. Lynn, I'm going to ask you a favor. If you can look up that number for me so I can interpret it. That's your fasting glucose?
Fasting would be more like 4.7.
Okay. So those seem like pretty normal now. Were they higher than when you first started?
Yes, when I first started the sweet spot solution, yes, they were a bit higher, but not as high as I thought they would be, given the discomfort I was having, and So
okay. Okay, so I'm just kind of guessing if you wanted to look for a root cause for this eye thing, maybe there was some damage done by the sugar fluctuations throughout, many years in your, how old are you? 54? Yeah, so through a lot of years of that. And there may be, and it's certainly worthwhile to have an ophthalmologist or optometrist really do some of those looks in and see functionally if they see anything there. But understanding that root cause is really a matter of doing what you know to do, right? And so really the issue that needs to be addressed is the emotional eating.
Yeah.
Right?
And I'm working on that all the time.
Yes, good. Because there's that's it. Did you do the emotional eating thing that we gave you in Sweet Spot? That it's in module 3.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
And I use EFT for that as well.
Great. Okay. Because that seems to be the issue. And it's really, for me then, it's committing to your big outcome, like your big why. Like, I want to feel great. I don't want my eyes to deteriorate. I want to age gracefully. All those things. And even creating the index cards, right? You've seen me talk about the index cards, where that vision, that what you want for yourself is here, so that when you're tempted to go down that binge eating realm, you go, wait a minute, is that going to get me closer to this or closer to that? Which one do I want?
Oh, that makes perfect sense. And I also like what you said earlier in the retreat, was that knowing the mechanisms behind what causes things helps one stay on track too. Yeah. And I appreciated you saying that. I do feel that. But the whys are important for me to stay on that wagon.
Right. So think about it. If you are thinking about it, those eyes, right? If you think about the eyes and the elimination, there's two things that sugar and starches will impact. And one is the retina of your eye, and the other is the flora in your gut. Make sense?
Yep, you bet it does.
Yeah. So what do you think? Well, we'll talk about the elimination in a second, but what do you think it would take for you? Do you think the index card trick might be a helpful tool for you?
I do, yeah.
Okay. And then assign somewhere. I don't know where you spend most of your time, but for me, I spend a lot of it in my office. And if I was trying to do something, I'd be putting up an index card. I'm going to pretend it's up here, right? Right up there on my bookshelf so that I see it. I would put it on the refrigerator, if the refrigerator is where you tend to go, or the cupboard, or wherever those places are. And I would make multiples of that index card.
Oh, that's an excellent idea. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will do that.
Absolutely. Because, and then just so understanding the mechanisms, when you are in that state of reaching for food, it's an emotional piece. And that's another thing, is working through some of the stuff that Jane talked about earlier. And that takes more doing in terms of working with a coach and stuff. But the other thing is that when you're in that state where the emotions are driving you to eat something you know is not the right thing for you to eat, you're in what's called the sympathetic dominant nervous system, the fight flight. There's a feeling coming up. There's a feeling coming up. I don't like that feeling. I need to get rid of that feeling. Food, right?
You bet.
Yeah. So you can't think straight in that mode, because the part of your brain that has control is what's back here, is the lizard brain, the survival brain. Right. The part of your brain that makes logical sense is up here. It's the prefrontal cortex. It's what I call the wizard brain. So you have to be able to shift from lizard to wizard. And a great way to shift is to make yourself read. And read your because you're not going to get access to that. Your lizard just wants to survive. Get rid of the fear, get rid of the anxiety, get rid of, I know how to do it. Whereas if you shift yourself by reading, you're going to get into the prefrontal cortex, and then you can make the decision based on what you've previously decided was important, not what you want in the moment.
Yes.
Right.
Excellent. And that lizard to wizard phrase, that alone, I think I can use that to shift back into consciousness. Where you can make a good decision versus being driven, because you're really driven at those moments to avoid pain, whatever the pain might be, loneliness, sadness, anger, whatever that pain might be. That lizard's there to protect you and is going, avoid pain, avoid pain, avoid pain. What do we do? What do we do? Oh, that Twinkie over there looks good. Or
you know, whatever it might be, whatever your worst thing is. It sounds like your worst thing might not be a Twinkie, but that's what comes to my mind. You know, you're a little bit more advanced than a Twinkie, but you know, there's a lot of that.
You referred to that when you're talking to Shonda too, about coming into the moment and stopping yourself before taking that step to say, what is it I don't want to feel right now?
Yes, exactly.
You and Shonda you were talking about that earlier.
Yep.
And so this, the Lizard to Wizard and the index card, those are great, easy steps to take.
Super.
To break that circuit, right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, because the food, you know, the food and the inflammation, like when I say get to the root cause, not necessarily like, okay, there's this little mechanism here that's causing this and this and this. It's more of a big picture here, right? And the same thing that's causing the eye inflammation may be causing the constipation.
Possibly.
Right? It's an imbalance somewhere in the system.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's a matter of cleaning up the act, like looking through the pillars. So if we look at the pillars, stress, what did you say about stress? I think you said your average stress level was 8, right? So you're under stress.
It's pretty high right now.
It's pretty high. All right. And are you doing your heart math activities on a regular basis?
For me, that's EFT, and yes.
EFT. All right. Multiple times a day.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're able to shift it then. If you feel that stress coming on, like, oh, where am I going to get my next dollar? You go, you can shift it. Okay, good.
I have that tool.
Okay. So that's one. Number 2 pillar, we just talked about ways to stay connected with that piece. So that's that. Number 3, how do you sleep?
Not great. Never been really good at that.
Having trouble falling asleep or staying asleep?
As I've come into menopause, I'm falling asleep better, but not staying asleep very well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been a lifelong thing too.
Okay, so then I would invite you, and we don't have to talk about it here, but it's invite you to look back over your life at what traumas you might have had and look at that adverse childhood experiences questionnaire. Because sometimes when we've got a situation, like I'll give you some examples, you know, a child whose parents, dad came home at 2:00 in the morning and started, you know, yelling and screaming and beating mom, right? Or something like that, arguing. There was some fear situation that happened in the middle of the night, molestation, parents fighting, drunkenness, whatever, or an event that happened that maybe you're blocking. But anyway, that's something to look at because your nervous system gets wired to be on guard. Like, oh, nope, can't fall asleep now, can't stay asleep. I might get hurt, might be dangerous.
Right.
So that's a good thing to start looking at for the sleep. And there's a whole bunch more, like I showed you before, but you know, we don't have time to go into all of that. So I would look at the nutrition, and it sounds like overall your food is good, but is it perfect for you? You know, keep a diary, keep a symptom tracking. Like, when do I get cravings? Maybe I get cravings only when I'm depleted because I haven't eaten enough greens that day, right? So see if you see a pattern to what triggers the emotional eating.
Okay, that's a great idea too. Thank you.
Yeah. And then you've got, of course, the fitness is obvious. Are you moving? And if not, you know how to do the bursts. You have access to the whole library and all that.
I sure do. Yeah.
And then environment, you know, sometimes there is something in the environment, right? And nobody lives in a completely clean and pristine environment. For me, I think the cleanest is my environment at home. Is I've got the 2 rooms in the house that we repainted were done like 5 years ago, but it was with the no VOC paint. The rest of the house has the stuff that the people that moved out before us put up 19 years ago. So I don't think that it's still outgassing. We pulled out all the carpets. We put in bamboo instead, so we don't have the carpet outgassing. But really go through and look at your environment and see if there's some things that might be triggering an inflammatory response. And then finally, fun. Are you making time for fun?
Big void there.
Okay, there you go. So what can you do today? What can you do today, walking off this call? What can you do today to have fun?
I can go out into my garden.
There you go.
Pick some strawberries.
Yum.
Yep.
Fun and food all at the same time.
You bet. Yeah.
Right? Find something that you can do fun every day, even if it's just for 5 minutes.
I'm writing that down as we speak.
Okay, so that's your base and your core, and it sounds like your next thing to work on is the digestion. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Like what's going on with that? We're going to do a lot more work on that tomorrow in the call between Isabel and Steph. We'll talk more about that, but I'd be looking at, are you drinking enough water? Are you eating fermented foods? Are you stopping and allowing the stress to dissipate before meals? And breathing and appreciating and chewing every bite. So there's some basic hygiene that goes with digestion. We'll cover some of that tomorrow. We cover that in detail in our digestion program and in our year long as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this helpful?
It is. The fermented food is new to me. So that's definitely something I need to look into.
Absolutely. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's great. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for being here and for your dedication.
Thank you for being patient and making it work.
Well, we
I
work.
really appreciate this opportunity, and I listen, or I look forward to hearing you speak on a regular basis.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for your kind words. And I really appreciate that.
But you are an answer to a prayer.
Thank you.
A sweet spot solution saved my life.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Right, so let me, go away here. I'm going to stop that. And, all right, I'm going to go back to the screen share. Hang on. And we're just going to finish up. So thank you so much. It's been longer than we said, but we're only a half an hour over. That's good for me. I tend to be one of these people that just can't stop talking. I want to go finish up. And then if anybody that wants to stay for questions, I'll stay as long as you need for questions. I'll go back through. What I would recommend to really help me with that section is if you've posted a question and it didn't get answered by Lynn or somebody in the chat, then go ahead and click. There's a way to make it red or like highlight it somehow. I think it says make it a question or something, and then it gets read, and then I'll be able to go scanning through and find them. Okay, I see a couple of them. Jen, and Lynn, yeah. Actually, if you've asked a question, because some of this stuff rolls off, they only show, I don't know how long, but a lot of the stuff from earlier is gone. So I would recommend that if you have questions for me, or any of our panelists, because we can always pass them on, go ahead and type it in and mark it with the red. And then I'll go through that and we'll do that. I just have a couple of more slides that I think we mostly made it to the end though. So let me just see if there's any more that I had in here. And then I think we'll go into Q&A because I think I'm pretty much done. Let's see. The support. I think everybody needs support, and that's it. Whether we're the right people to get it from, whether it's a community group, whether it's working with your friends. But I think in reading all of these applications for coaching, I hear the same thing. It's like getting that direction, like, bringing out of you some of the stuff you already know, but also helping you to look at your labs and look at your assessments and look at which pillars are out of balance. So if you're interested in applying for that, it's ercapply.com. We also have, if anybody has been talking to us before or knows about this and is ready to just sign up over this weekend, so you're welcome to go and look at it more carefully, is go to energyrechargecoaching.com. And we've got a couple of extra bonuses that we're giving anybody that registers through this weekend. So go ahead and sign up. And if you sign up for a strategy session this weekend, we'll count that. Okay, and that's a private consultation with one of our coaches, 45 minutes. And then it's also a special day that I do. This was so fun last year when we did it. It's basically a small group, intimate group day. It's a whole day together with just you and, maybe 10 other people at the most. And we just get to really dig in on your issues and really help you to break through. So those are the 2 extra things that you'll get as part of that. Here's a biggie for me. This is what I want you guys to sit with, because I see this happening all the time. And part of it is, like Wendy, you're not tuned into it because you're in lizard mode, trying to escape unpleasant feelings. Don't exchange what you want in the moment for what you want most. If what you want most is to feel phenomenal, don't go for the cheeseburger and fries and shake. Go for the salad. and flax seeds and hemp seeds, right? Don't exchange it. And we do it all the time. If I were to sit with you when you went for the cheeseburger and the fries and the shake, and I said to you, if I gave you a choice between feeling great and being able to climb that mountain that you said you wanted to climb, or having a temporary pleasure on your tongue and feeling kind of bloated and gassy afterwards, which are you going to choose? Most people are going to choose to have the salad or the vegetables or whatever and feel good. But that's not what you're thinking at the moment, which is why the technique I just shared with Wendy of taking an index card on one side, write down what you want the most. What you want the most. And on the other side, write down how you feel after you do a food binge. And then in the moment, put this card all over any place that you're going to have to run into it when you're going to reach for that food. And this applies for other things as well. It applies for not exercising, choosing to watch the news instead or eating instead, whatever. But it all has to do with trade-offs on those 7 pillar activities. Don't exchange what you want most. And nothing tastes as good as healthy feels. One of my clients said that. That was Lynn, who was in there that I showed you a picture of before. She said, once she learned how to, she says, nothing tastes as good as healthy feels. Once she started to feel healthy, she knew. And that's it. That's it for my slides. And that's it for our formal presentation today. We have more happening tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? We're going to have Isabel and Steph doing different aspects of digestion. I'm going to work on the whole thing with the methylation and autoimmune and the new, how your genetics play in, and a little bit more details on thyroid and adrenal, and, some of the more geeky, heady stuff that I like to do. So I'm going to do that with you tomorrow. And I'm looking back to see the autoimmune is big. Lisa's going to come in and talk to us about labs. She's been a nutritionist for 20 years. She really loves geeking out on the labs. And she's going to talk to you about what kind of things you can find out about yourself in your labs. So that's all happening tomorrow, starting at noon. And what I'd like you to do is, again, go out to Facebook and share this message, get people to sign up for it, use that hashtag, and we're going to pick one person today and one person tomorrow to win those videos. And if you already have those videos, just let us know and we'll find something else that you don't have that's of equivalent value and whatnot that we can give you. So I'm going to look to while I'm waiting for questions to come in, and go ahead and put your questions in with that red. Oh, good. A whole bunch of them came in. All right, so where are we? So what's these numbers that people are putting in? All right, I missed something in the chat. So Keldy, can you either come on and tell me or type me who's the winner of number 1, our random prize drawing? And make sure that when you pick that number, you check to see if they're on. They have to be on to win. And then also look at who's the Facebook winner. So do you want to come on and tell us that, or you want to just type that in? Somehow I need to know. Okay, and while I'm waiting for that, I don't know what those numbers are drawing. 192, 13. I don't know what that is. What do the numbers mean, guys? Tell me what the numbers mean. 222, holy cow. 12, 11, 67. I missed something. All right, I'm going to start answering the questions while you guys fill me in. Suzanne, need to run an errand, don't want to miss gifts. What time does the webinar end? The webinar is ending now, or it will stay on after we do this. It's officially over, and then I'll stay on. Joni says she's in the same boat as Suzanne. Okay, should end soon. Okay. With sleep, do you all recommend, this is from Jem. Hi, Jem. Blue blocking glasses and red lights after sunset. That's the latest technology, and it looks like it's very promising. What I do, too, is if I'm on my computer after the sun goes down, I have this thing called fl.ux, which actually dims the light down. But those things can be very helpful. There's a lot of good evidence that you can do for helping you to sleep. A lot of good evidence. And the new iPhone, it looks like they automatically, you can tell it the hours you want it to do that, and it dims itself. The new, I think it's, well, for me, it's new. They've been asking me if I wanted to upgrade for 6 months, and I finally said yes. So whatever the latest iPhone update is. Carol, does anyone use air filters? If one, what do you recommend? Mine are old, so I don't know what the latest models are, but I've gotten them from a place here in Austin called Clean Air, etc., or something like that. There's HEPA filters and there's others, and I think it's a good thing to do. I just don't know the names of the latest ones. Jem wants to know, how do you know it's necessary? Well, how do you know it's necessary? So I think if you're having difficulty sleeping and you know you're sensitive to the light, so if I think one way that you could test it is you could, like, for example, if you go on a camping trip and it's dark and you don't have access to light after a certain hour, do you sleep better? That could be one way to know, but you'd have to have your body adjust to it. The other way to know is to just try it and see what happens. You could try the FLUX and see if that makes a difference, but that's not going to affect the light, you know, the incandescent lights and all that. Tori, you want no or low VO? I would say no VOC if you can get it. Years ago, you could only get low VOC, but now they have no VOC. And there's very good, very easy to get, even at Home Depot and whatnot. Let's see, I'm just going to look at the ones that have the questions next to them, and I can go back. Susan said, I've been told I have gallstones, but I'm asymptomatic. Any suggestions to help avoid surgery? First of all, surgery is unnecessary if you don't have symptoms. And one of the things you do is all the stuff we're talking about with digestion, you chew your food real well, you watch your fats, you only eat fats that are helpful. There are some herbs that can be taken to break them down. Chancropiedra is one. A liver gallbladder flush, like what Jane leads. So if you go to her BhumiHealth.com, BHUMI health.com, check out her cleanse there. But yeah, I've had people, I've worked with people who were in the full-blown gallbladder attack, many of them, and we've just like fasted them for a couple of days and then gotten them back on really clean eating, and it reversed it. I had one guy who I had him go in for a gallbladder scan, and I looked at him like, oh my God, he's going to need surgery. He had this huge stone blocking the duct, and he was nauseous and he felt awful. I explained to him, I'm not getting surgery, no way. So I brought in a medical doctor who's very holistic in town, and together we just guided him through. I told him this might be emergency surgery. This can be life-threatening. We all worked together with him. He fasted for a while to just not have any contraction of that biliary tree, any of those ducts. And then he was real clean, and we gave him some herbs. He took some enzymes, systemic enzymes, Chancropiedra, and a few other things, and he cleared it up. We went back and redid the scan, and it was clean. And that was like 2 months later, 6 weeks later. Karen, I was recently told that eating too much fiber causes constipation. I've always heard the opposite. Which is it? Which is it? If you have low stomach acid, eating too much fiber can cause constipation, because you're not able to break things down and pull things out. So if eating fiber causes constipation, there's something going wrong in your digestive tract, and it's a good chance that it's low stomach acid. Eleanor, is using herbs in powder form in your shaker or elixir as good as the teas Karen spoke about? Yeah, absolutely. But for horsetail, you want to make sure you do the infusion, because raw horsetail has a B1 inhibitor in it. So what you can do is you can do the overnight soaking like Karen did, and then dump the whole thing into your elixirs and your smoothies. That's how I do it. Jem, when you talked about insulin resistance, what does that mean as opposed to diabetes? Is there a difference? Yes, absolutely. So there's a huge difference between insulin resistance and diabetes. It's a stage. So when the body's working properly, you produce insulin to get the sugar shuttled into the cells. Insulin is the carrier. Over time, when you eat too much sugary foods, or you have too many hydrogenated fats, or a lot of other things that damage it, we go through all of that in our sweet spot and in our insulin resistance practitioner training. And there's all kinds of things that damage those receptors, and you become resistant to the insulin. At that time, the blood sugars start to climb, but not as high as in diabetes. So diabetes, they are climbing higher and it's harder to get them down, but not impossible. So I look at insulin resistance as early stage type 2 diabetes. But what I like to do is help people catch insulin resistance before it becomes insulin resistance, which is pre-insulin resistance. So instead of just looking at their fasting glucose, so in medical terms, insulin resistance is fasting glucose between 100 and 120. Diabetes is over 120, fasting glucose. And these are US numbers. You'd have to do the conversions in terms of Canadian. But with pre-insulin resistance, your fasting blood sugar is going to be below 100, might even be below 90. But it's what happens in the peak of that 2-hour arc. What should happen is it goes up to maybe 110 and then comes back down. Once it starts peaking up higher than the 110, maybe 120, 130, 150, and certain foods might cause it to go much higher, you have what I call pre-insulin resistance. And that's the stage to catch it in. You may be having a lot of the symptoms like weight that won't go away, brain fog, fatigue, and the craving for food, for sugar, but you don't have the overt diabetes. But here's the thing. In diabetes, the complications are retinopathy and neuropathy, among other things. And you could go blind from the retinopathy, which means pathology, inflammation in your retina of your eye, pathology in the nerves in your feet and your hands. And it happens every time your blood sugar goes above 120. So it's really critical to get an insulin tester, a glucose tester, and do it. We teach you exactly how to do that in Sweet Spot. And that's Sweet Spot is all part of our year-long coaching program, Energy Recharge. So we have this whole thing on all those pillars, but then you have access to our digestion program, our blood sugar program, our cleanse program, our adrenal program, our thyroid program, and something we don't even offer to the public, which is nutrigenomics, where I actually interpret all your genetics and give you ideas of what lifestyle you need to do with that. Okay, so that's all part of that. A long answer to a quick question. Susanna had my gallbladder removed in 2008. What can I do to offset the effects? Yeah, so you don't have the gallbladder, which means that every time you eat fat, instead of the gallbladder squeezing out the appropriate amount of bile, your liver is just constantly dripping it. And usually the gallbladder collects it, concentrates it. So now instead you've got this kind of thin bile that's constantly being dripped, and you don't really have the concentration you need when you eat. So a couple of things with that is to make sure that you're taking lipase enzymes, and you can also look into doing the bile salts. You can actually get supplements of bile salts. So that's going to help when you're eating foods that are high in fat. Slowing down, chewing your foods real well. We have a whole section on it. So there's herbs and things like that that you can do to offset that. But the main things are watching the fats, only eating really good raw fats, or if you're cooking with fat, you only use coconut in only small amounts. You don't have to be on a super low fat diet, but a moderate fat diet. You cannot be on a high fat diet. And really watch your carbs, because what people don't realize is that the gallbladder is required for appropriate digestion of starches, because the starches require an alkaline environment in the duodenum, and the food coming from the stomach is acid. And one of the gallbladder's functions is to secrete bicarbonate to bring that down. So those are some, there's some herbs and things, but we have that. It's all in our program, our digestion program. Let's see. Oh, wow. Can you take care of a polyp in the uterus naturally? I don't know. It depends on what it is. It's a polyp versus a fibroid. Is it benign? Is it precancerous? Good reference for that is Dr. Tori Hudson. She's a naturopath who specializes, and she has the Encyclopedia of Women's Health. She's got a lot of things. But again, you want to look at, why is the body creating that? Is it an imbalance in one of the 7 pillars? Is it imbalance in digestion, blood sugar, etc.? Those are the things I would think you'd want to be looking at. What is the hashtag? Hashtag is like that pound sign on your keyboard. So you go pound, and then you put hormone harmony. Okay. Oh, they were told to pick a number. What? Okay, so she picked a number 17. Oh, you're asking them for what their number is. I don't know what that means, but Diane, it looks like Diane's 117. Congratulations, Diane Krajewski. Looks like you won. Yes, and then there's the random that's the random thing, Dawn. For anybody not on Facebook, yes, there's the random drawing. So somebody help me with this because I have no idea what you guys are doing. I want to announce the winners. It looks like Diane. Pick a number from 1 to 287 to win something. Is spring water the best? A Berkey filter? You know, most spring water comes in plastic bottles. The best is to have some sort of filter at home. Number 117, it looks like it was Diane. It was back there. Diane Krajewski is 117. PM Suzanne, it looks like Diane. What? I am very confused. Because it looks, I don't know. Kelsey, I'm going to let you handle this because I'm confused. So, Dr. Ritamarie, what would you do from Genevieve to repair damage to the gut lining from Cascara sclerata? Oh, so you got damaged from Cascara or activated charcoal? I mean, leaky gut repair. There's a whole lot of things you can do for leaky gut repair. I have favorites. I like slippery elm and plantain and marshmallow. Glutamine is good for some people, and there's a number of things. So you need to go through a leaky gut repair protocol, which we do in our grant program. How do you ask a question with the question mark? I don't know, Mary. I don't know. I'm only here. In my end, if you hover right by where you ask the question, there's a little box and it says mark as question. So I marked it as question. Right. Let me just see who else. Patty. Will I be able to watch the bone? Yeah, you'll be able to watch all of it again as soon as we can get a recording done. It's probably going to take a while because this is long. Okay. All right. So we'll announce or we'll send a message to the person with the Facebook thing because I don't know what they're doing out there and I don't see anything about the Facebook. Yeah. John wants to know, is it possible to measure insulin like you measure glucose with a meter? I wish. No, it requires sending it into a lab. There are some home kits you can get where you can you can poke yourself, put it on the card and send it in, but you still have to wait for them. It has to do with the insulin has to be put into a vacuum tube and they can't do it, unfortunately. Teresa, osteoporosis, even though blood calcium levels are good. Blood calcium levels mean nothing when it comes to osteoporosis, absolutely nothing. Your blood calcium levels are required to be maintained in a certain range in order to have heart function. Otherwise, your heart stops functioning. So I do yoga, eat well. A doctor thought it might be genetic problem with my calcium sensor receptors. Anything I do. Yeah, I would look at Karen's stuff on that. I would go to our website and go to Eating for Bone Health. Go to rawfoodsuniversity.com. And then there's one called Eating for Bone Health. We have a lot of information there. Dr. Susan Brown has a lot of information out there. It's more than calcium. There's 21 nutrients. So you may have a deficiency in any one of those others. Take the nutrient assessment that we gave you. And, you know, are you holding your yoga poses? And are you eating well for you? Are you eating really on the alkaline acid? So get some pH paper and start to measure. That's in a nutshell. But Eating for Bone Health goes into way more. All right, so let's see. Wendy, big thanks, Dr. Ritamarie and team, for making sure I was able to make the connection. You never met. It's remarkable that you honed in on my concerns as if you knew my history. You said a number of things that just what I needed to hear today. What a privilege to speak with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you work with seizure control in someone who has a food sensitivity, a child? Here's the thing with seizures. Seizures are serious, and ketogenic diets have been found to be amazingly useful. Ketogenic diets, along with, well, that naturally gets us off most of the common allergens. Somebody wants a link to the 7-pillar slides. We will send you an email afterwards. And if you want those slides, we're going to give them to you, but you have to fill out a survey for us. That's what needs to happen. Those are all part of our energy recharge inner circle. Jem, what's happening if fasting glucose is high, but it's back to normal after food? That could be a stress response. That's a challenging one. We don't know. I mean, I would look at all the different issues of fasting glucose, what's happening overnight, if there's a stress response happening overnight. Sometimes parasites, because parasites lay their eggs overnight and people have that response. Sometimes people have a low glycemic effect and then they get a high glycemic effect. So it's really, yeah. Where do you get the bonuses for being live today? It's great stuff. Thanks for caring and acting. Yes, Sarah, we're going to send out an email as soon as, probably right after this is over. We'll send out an email that includes a link to that page. We don't want to send it yet. I think that the decision was made. We don't want to send it yet because the videos aren't on there. And what happens is if we do that, then people who weren't paying attention and start to write our help desk and say, why doesn't this link work? So once we have those links working and they're pointing to the replays, then we'll send that out. Yeah. And we have a record of everybody that attended, so we know exactly who was here. You don't have to stay to the end either. So Kelsey, what's going on?
Oh, hello. So someone tried to send you a private message to have you pick a number between 1 and 250, but it went in the public chat. So what we did was everyone shared those numbers. So I just picked somebody's number that somebody else told me to pick. And I looked and someone named Suzanne won, and I can't quite figure out her last name, but I've private messaged her in the chat and asked her to get a hold of me, but I have her email address.
But there were 2 people that put that number. There was a Diane.
No. They selected that number. What all those suggestions that came in, because they were all flooding in. Nobody knows their number. Because I have.
You wanted me to pick a number.
I wanted you to pick a number, but unfortunately, it got put in the public chat for you to pick a number, and so I just decided
picking it. Okay, now
you get it. So
like, what the heck is going on, and what are all these numbers, and
yeah,
what does this mean? Okay. Yeah. So what happened? What about the Facebook one?
So I think we'll wait for Facebook and announce a winner tomorrow, and everyone needs to share because there really isn't very many hashtags out there for Hormone Harmony with today's date. So if you want a chance to win that great prize, I think they need to start sharing it tonight after we're done here and get more people registered for tomorrow, and we can announce it in the morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, let's can we edit the email that's supposed to go out right after this ends?
We sure can.
Can I didn't say that in there?
We sure can.
Okay, good. That sounds good. Is there a good test for parasites in Candida SIBO? SIBO, no. I mean, there's a breath test, and I'm not a big fan of it. Parasites, yeah. There's Doctor's Data has some great tests, stool tests. Okay, thank you, Keldy. Now I'm not so confused. Let me see. Got that? Yeah, Patty wanted to know if we can watch the bone health. Yeah, well, you'll be able to watch all of this again. I've osteoporosis, even though my blood, yeah, we went to Teresa. Thanks. Is it possible to measure insulin? We got that one. Rich, Dr. Tom Lodi spoke on the benefits of coffee enemas or professional colonics on cleansing lower bowel is beneficial as well. The reason that Dr. Lodi likes the coffee enemas is because there's a couple of things. Coffee put up in the rectum actually stimulates vagal nerve response, and it helps to push things along. It also stimulates phase 2 liver detoxification to act more appropriately. So it's not just the cleansing. The coffee enemas are not for cleansing, because usually you do plain water enemas to clear out the colon, and then you do the coffee and you do it as a retention enema, keep it in the colon, and then it recycles back to the liver and to the vagus nerve. So I don't think colonics would be as beneficial. John says, Jem says I sleep better with all the lights on, which is counterintuitive with all the recent research. What does that mean? I would guess that there's some sort of stress response and some sort of fear there, and feeling unsafe. I don't think it has to do with physiologically. There's probably a feeling of being unsafe. Mary, can you get rid of a polyp unit? We answered that one. Question, how do I ask a question? Okay, so you figured it out, Mary. Okay, got that one. And a few people had their hands up to speak. And it's like we had a problem with Jem. I'm certainly willing to stay on a few extra minutes to see if any of those can come up. But I think that it's kind of hard to do with this because you have to go through this whole process and then there's a delay process. What do you do with mercury toxicity when you can't afford to remove fillings? Oh man, I mean, there are some things you can use to help decrease. I would say modified citrus pectin is probably the best thing. It's really, you know, it's not cheap, but it's not as expensive as getting rid of mercury fillings. General overall, every pillar be pristine, pristine, pristine about everything you do. Improve your liver detox pathways. Saunas and all those sorts of things could be very helpful. There are cellular detox things you can do, but it's really hard to do if you don't remove the mercury. So I would start with some of those. I heard you mention bamboo flooring. Is there a way to identify which bamboo or other wood is non-toxic or not? You just want to get the plain stuff. You don't want to get the stuff that's it has to be, you know, you ask the people what's in it. Ours was, you know, we don't even have stain on it. It was steamed to darken it, just steamed. So no stain or anything. Nerve pain and arthritis. It's what's the underlying cause of nerve pain and arthritis? They are, well, nerve pain maybe not, it may be inflammatory, maybe not, but arthritis is definitely inflammatory. So what's the source of the inflammation? Anti-inflammatory diet, alkalizing diet, all the 7 pillars got to get in balance. But nerve pain, if you've got nerve pain because it's from a diabetic type situation, you really want to keep your blood sugar in balance. If it's nerve pain from, you know, a peripheral damage to a nerve from injury, then nerves are really hard to repair. St. John's wort happens to be a really good nerve restorative. That's something to look into, but making sure all your pillars are balanced. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, they want to know spring water best. The ideal is to go get it from the spring and put it in glass. A lot of people here do that. They go up to Arkansas and do that, but that's impractical. I think getting a filter on your system, on your home system, is probably the most practical. All right, I think that's it. What supplements suggestions? No, I saw that one already. I'm going to look to see if there's any new ones at the top. Last chance, if you have any more questions, even if you've asked it before, but I didn't see it, just go type it in again, or you just copy paste it in again and mark it. I've been asked about unresponsive urethritis possibly being Lyme. I mean, there's a lot of things Lyme can cause, and when I work with people and we're really cleaning everything up and things aren't getting well the way we think, I think about Lyme, so certainly it could be a possibility. Do I prefer home enemas or colonics? Yeah, I think home enemas are much easier to do, much cheaper to do. Colonics are deeper. So occasional colonics mixed in with enemas, but you don't want to do any of it too often. It's not something you're going to do on a regular basis because it can interrupt your natural ability to release. Can powdered horsetail herb from mountain rose herbs be directly used in elixirs, etc.? I wouldn't, unless it's been processed by them, unless it's already been, you know, steamed. If it's raw, then instead what I would do is just put the powdered herb in some water. You can put boiling water over it and let it just sit for 15 minutes and it should be fine. Do you recommend age to do enema or colonics? Like at what age? I mean, you could certainly do an enema at any age. I'm not sure how the colonic therapists will, you know, differentiate between age, so I'm not sure about that one. Do I recommend genetic testing for most people? I sure do. People that have any kind of issues, yeah, and people that have any kind of family history of stuff. It's really helpful for just seeing, like, what is it that you really need to be avoiding. So here's the thing. Back in my 20s, I had all kinds of health issues. I decided that I was probably had bad genes based on the ages of all, in my family. We didn't have old people in my family. People got sick and died. And I said, I don't want to take that chance. So I just was really careful about everything I did and my exposures, the products I use, the food I eat, everything. And then when I did get my genetics tested, I realized it was a good thing because I had genetics that didn't help me to be able to detox certain chemicals. So if you need it, sometimes for people, it's like what I call the ammunition to get people to actually do what I want them to do. And then sometimes it really helps with problems that aren't getting better. I go, oh, you need way more bifidus. Look at that genetic thing you have. Or it'll help me determine what the best proportion of fats and proteins, which foods they may have to avoid. So it is a good test, and it's very inexpensive to do with 23andMe. Do you have any advice for treating eosinophilic esophagitis? My teenager's only been offered steroids and PPIs for treatment. First of all, the most common cause is alcohol. So you got to make sure your kid is off of alcohol. I remember this came up really clearly when my son was like 16 or 17, and he said, Mom, what should I do? A friend of mine says he has these symptoms, and I looked it up, and I think it might be eosinophilic esophagitis. And first of all, I'm like, okay, here's my kid playing doctor with his friend. But he said, yeah, based on this. And he says, should he tell his parents? And I said, well, yeah. Well, he said, I told him he has to stop drinking because that's the main cause of it. And he said, yeah. So you got to make sure he's not having any alcohol. You've got to get him on this clean diet. And the things that can help to heal it are slippery elm and DGL licorice. Very, very, very good. And then working with him on getting off of the alcohol, caffeine, processed foods, sugars, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that can be cleared up pretty quickly. I mean, you got to get it healed. You got to get it healed, but you've got to get rid of the underlying cause and find out if it's not alcohol, what is it? Michelle, thanks so much. Great listening to all of you. Yay. Okay, a lot of people are going, so yay. Is there a blood test okay, I think we got them all. Yay. Where do I get genetic testing? www.23andme.com is my favorite. What level of homocysteine are you okay with? What can be done to lower it? Homocysteine, I don't like it above 8. And lowering it is quite simple. It's generally B12, B6, and folate. And it's looking to see, you probably either have bad deficiencies or you have a genetic tendency. Okay. Do you think hormone imbalance can cause fibroids and weight gains? Absolutely. Estrogen dominance is most likely cause to be looking at. What can you take instead of antibiotics? I don't want to give him those. Oh, is that the sun? It's not a, which one is this? It's asking me about. Yeah, we'll talk more tomorrow. I think a lot of the questions you're answering now. My son's getting his wisdom teeth removed. Is that the one, Brenda? And I don't want to use antibiotics. What should I give him instead? You can get him on some vitamin C, high levels of vitamin C. Liposomal vitamin C works really well. Echinacea, golden seal. I mean, just immune type supports and antimicrobials. But the prophylactic antibiotics, I think, is a big racket, and we won't get into that. Anne is really confused about what to eat as a vegetarian. Don't want to eat meat, and everything else seems prohibited except for a few veggies. Can't have chia or flax because they give me herpes even with extra lysine, and love and thanks. Yeah, that's something that if you were in our program, that's how I have to dig in, because I can't answer a question like that without like really having you do a diet diary, keeping track of symptoms and the like. Lots of veggies. I don't have a remedy for anything. Somebody says ganglionic cysts. I don't have remedies for anything. Ganglion cysts are usually cysts that right here on the wrist. And oftentimes as a chiropractor, I've been taught to adjust them. And I have a little device. I don't think I have it handy here, but it's called an activator. Here it is. And I use it to adjust bones, and usually you can pop them that way. The old-fashioned treatment is to bang them with a book. And I've had good results with that. Oh, the alcohol thing. That's what somebody mentioned in here. Eosinophilic esophagitis. If you go back further in here, you'll see that somebody wrote that. I don't remember who it was. Tell a friend and couldn't spell it to Google it. Eosinophilic esophagitis. It's back here with somebody. My son. Yeah, I don't know. Go scan back in the chat. You'll see it. Somebody posted it just a little while ago. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for all your attention. This is a long day. Go get some rest. Go do something fun. Have a really good meal. Drink some water. And really think about those pillars and really think about where you're out of balance, because those are some of the things. I'd love to just have a conversation when we start up tomorrow to see where you think you're out of balance. And please do. I mean, we'd love to support you in this. Like I said, we only take a small group of people, and we're more than halfway there already. And we just, you know, we'd love to have you join. It's like this great community for support. And it's the ercapply.com is the place to go. And did anybody open that up? We have a thing right here. God. That's something. There. You can just click that. It should show up on your thing. Just click there. You can talk to Lynn or Jan or one of our coaches and figure out if it's a good fit for you. The kinds of changes we've seen in people have been nothing short of miraculous. So we'll talk to you again soon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye now. Hmm.